present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello, everybody. Welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see all of you here today. Happy Tuesday, August 12th. We will be going over 4 brand new genera and species of dinosaur today. Ones that were published while I was out in the field. We'll be covering each one, looking at the original scientific papers, talking about why they're significant, answering your questions, all that good stuff. So, I'm excited. I hope you are too. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. So as a paleontologist, I study fossils. Dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the summers, like we were doing for the past 3 weeks out in eastern Utah, and then a whole month in June in Wyoming. I'll be going back out to the field in like late September to dig up some more dinosaurs, and I'll be bringing you along with me for some live streamed dinosaur digs. But anyway, right now we're back in my office, and we're going to go over some new scientific literature. Brand new dinosaurs. I'm excited. If you've got any questions at all about dinosaurs in particular, or about the history of life in general, extinction, evolution, the fossil record, the very philosophy of science itself, don't hesitate with those questions. That's why I'm here, you know? That's what these streams are all about. Anyway, let's see who's here in the chat. It's not fall yet? No fall background, says Lordy. I thought it would be, I don't know, just do something a little bit different today. But yeah, and new dinosaurs indeed, Dormir Bell. Yeah. And Halle Berry says, where at? At a place called Laurie's Site in the Cedar Mountain Formation with Prehistoric Museum paleontologist Josh Lively. It's going to be a ton of fun. So, yeah. Anyway, let's see who's here in the chat. Matt M33 and Kodali were first today. V King Frizz, hello. The Lenina, how are you doing, Lenina? Always good to see you. Thank you for everything you do, Lenina, as a moderator. We've got Niffler and Golganek. How are you doing, Golganek? Trooper 2112. Bolo 4 EDPS, Susie Lee, Joey Clev, Halle Berry, Alexander Morrison, Holio Demoni, Not the Brain. How is everybody? It's good to have everybody here. Crimson Carnotaurus, hello, hello. Ibis Suet, Ibis Quit, Ibiscuit. I was reading that ibis like the bird with the curved bill. But Ibiscuit's good too. Rockophile. And Dinosaur Dave. How are you doing, Dinosaur Dave? Nice shirt. And Carva. Radio 070. Bone for your dog. I don't have a dog. Radio 070. Call me Danny Douglas. Like, my crew chief back in the Hell Creek used to call me that. I guess because I didn't have a dog with me in the quarry. He's like,
we came in search of dinosaurs, but we bit off more than we could chew.
well, holy cow. Dyson Dinosaur. Filippo, how are you doing? It's good to have you here, Dyson Dinosaur. Howdy, howdy. Hope you had an excellent stream. How were things? And Dolphin Chaos says, hey, Danny, it's Glenn from Arkansas. It's great to see you. First time tuning into your stream. Welcome, welcome, Glenn. Oh, wait. Glenn from the field. Glenn, how are you, man? I hope things are good. Thanks for joining us. I'm glad you had, well, I'm presuming you had safe travels back home to Arkansas. It's good to have you here. Everybody, Glenn came along with Selena Suarez to our field site last month. Last month? Beginning of this month? I don't even know at this point. Anyway, Glenn, it's good to see you again. I hope all is well. Yeah. And hey to you too, Dyson Dinosaur. Good to have you here. Good stuff. And Murph, thank you for the gifts up there. Hey. I appreciate that, Murph. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. Made it back just fine, settling back into civilization. Thank you, Murph. I appreciate your generosity as always. And Glenn, that's I'm glad you made it back okay. I've been settling back in to civilization as well. Why isn't my camera working? Hang on. What's going on there? Hang on. Live broadcast. Let's see if we can troubleshoot this. Hang on a sec. All right, I guess our other camera's just not working today for some reason. I tested this before the stream, but it's decided not to work now. Oh well, that's okay. We can deal without that. We can do without that camera for today. But yeah. Good stuff. Anyway, yeah, Dolphin Chaos. It's good to be back in my office here. Good to be able to have running water and flush toilets and showers and an actual bed to sleep in, all that good stuff. I've really been enjoying it. But I'll be heading back out to the field around September 19th. So, yeah. Just can't keep me home. And it's super hot here in Belgium. Wow, Dyson Dinosaur, shoot. Luckily here in the beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area, it's not too hot. Oh, hang on a second. Why this isn't working here? Down. There we go. Here's a current view from the Berkeley Hills, the Lawrence Hall of Science. It's been pretty foggy last few days. Not too hot. Yeah, we've been pretty lucky here. Things are good. Anyhow, yeah. We've got several new dinosaurs to cover today, and we're going to be jumping into those shortly. But, yeah, I hope you're staying cool, Dyson Dinosaur. Good to see you. Before I forget, let's do a quick screenshot and then do a post to Blue Sky announcing that we're live. There's the screenshot. Let's see if that's any good. That looks a little too similar to yesterday's. So let's try that instead. That looks weird. Let's try a third one. Third tries the charm. I almost look worried there. Alright, fourth try. Is a charm, I suppose. That'll work. Oh, there we are. Don't want to spend all day doing this, so let's just get that cropped. Save as. Beautiful. Okay. We've got 4. Newly published dinosaurs to cover today. Derp. Wrong window. And what are their names? Got them right here. Hongnan Long, Bulausaurus, Wuding Long, and Shri Rapax. Okay. Post those right there. Put Bulausaurus first because all of which were announced while I was out in the field. Tune in now to discuss them at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. There we go. Alt texts. Twitch. Screenshot of me in my office.
Ontogeny.
With a 3D printed Dromaeosaurus skull, sauropod femur, Gladiasaurus skull, and other paleo accoutrement in the background. Good enough. All right. Post. Paleontologizing, all spelled correctly. Copy link to posts. There you go. Yeah. And 4, we were away. We missed quite a bit, says DolphinCast. Yes, indeed. Yeah. This is actually something that I was talking about at SVP last year, one of my presentations was on, I think the title of the poster was The Pace of Dinosaur Discovery. Let's see, SVP 2024. There we go. So I was looking at how many different dinosaur taxa have been published over the past decade. How many per year? So, the average was 38.1 new taxa per year on average. Or one new taxon, one genus or species every 9.58 days. There was kind of a drop-off during COVID. And it looks like it might be starting to pick up again, if last year is any indicator. Let's see, there we go. Yeah, so for 2024, we had 41. And this was by the time I printed the poster in like mid-October. So we actually had, I think, 43 or 44 dinosaur taxa published in 2024. So not too shabby. And this year, we are at how many? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. 29 new dinosaurs published in the year of our Lord 2025 so far. What did I say, 29? Hang on, I just said it. 29, thank you, Jody Fish. Yes. And given that we're only in August, so we're about, what, 2/3 of the way through the year? It looks like we're on track to meet or exceed our figure from 2024, which is pretty good. So yeah, not too shabby. This is not an estimate of how many dinosaurs are discovered each year, but how many different dinosaurs are published. The discovery date is, that's always really hazy. It's not very often that data gets recorded when a new dinosaur taxon was first discovered. When it actually gets published, that's a date that's easy to kind of put a pin in and say, yes, it was this exact date on which this paper was published and this dinosaur was announced to the world. And so that's the number that I go with, is publication date rather than discovery date. It could be years or decades in between the discovery of a new dinosaur taxon and when it actually gets published. And I actually talk about that right here. This is one of the dinosaurs that I was involved with, Triarchunkus. Yeah. First discovered in 1983, then published in 1998, but not actually named until 2020. So anyhow, that's why we go with publication date rather than date of discovery. So could have 44 on that average speed, says Jody Fish. Not too shabby, right? Yeah. And be ready to add some more. I'm excited, Dinosaur. It's going to be excellent. Yeah. Can't even find a discovery year, let alone date. Yeah, there you go, Dinosaur Dave. Occasionally, you do have a case in which you actually do have a discovery date. And today, August 12th, happens to be one of those.
Here's something stranger than science fiction. Prehistoric fact.
Skylord Puck, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Here we go. It was on this day in the year 1990 that Field Museum of Natural History specimen PR 2081, better known as Sue the Tyrannosaurus, was discovered by fossil hunter Susan Hendrickson near Faith, South Dakota. This is not a new species. Sue is a member of the species Tyrannosaurus rex. And, but we do have an actual official discovery date. I mean, that's not super common though, like we've been saying. We will be celebrating the anniversary of the discovery of Deinonychus on the 28th of August. Looking forward to that. So we'll be talking all about Deinonychus then. But, yeah. Duster333, thank you for the 8 months. Appreciate that. Keeping me online for the past 8 months. I appreciate it, Duster. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, I'm looking forward to that. Deinonychus is one of my favorite dinosaurs to talk about, and so that's going to be pretty cool. But for the vast majority of different dinosaurs that have been named, we don't really have a... It's not necessarily, like, public information when they were first discovered. Oftentimes nobody remembers.
Murph gifted a tier 1 sub to Skylord Pup.
But yeah. F. Edgar says, I just finished Every Living Thing. Thanks for the recommendation. Did you enjoy it, Edgar? Great book. Here. I read this last year in the field and recommend it for anybody who's interested in, like, the early history of biology. Very well written, well researched, and it'll change the way that you look at sort of early biologists, taxonomists, people like Carl Linnaeus and Buffon. Good stuff. Glad you liked it, Edgar. That's awesome. Makes me really happy when I can recommend a book to somebody and then they enjoy it. It's good stuff. Anywho, yeah. And Skylord Puck says, I love me some dinosaurs. I never thought someone would devote a Twitch channel to this. Happy I found you. It's great to have you here. Stay tuned because next month, in about a month and 2 weeks, I'll be back out in the field digging up dinosaurs live on stream. Actually just got back from that a few days ago. Here we go.
He's working for...
We're excavating dinosaurs near Moab, Utah. The earliest Cretaceous Cedar Mountain Formation. There's Selena there.
So the more CO2 in the atmosphere, the less number of stomata
And there's,
you have on the other side of the leaf.
There's Clayton in the background.
Like species specific, I think, like type of plant specific. So you have like a series of modern.
So here's Professor Selena Suarez, Dr. Selena Suarez, who's a geochemist and paleontologist at the University of Arkansas. Let me go back to when we go into the quarry.
But yeah. Anywho, but we are joined by
Dr. Selena Suarez from Arkansas. So, yeah, before you showed up yesterday, we were actually looking at your that little segment in the Dinosaur Frontier book. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, I haven't finished reading it. Yeah.
I haven't either. Haven't had
did
time.
a really good job.
But yeah. So it's good to have you here.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
It's good to be up.
So
It's been a
Selena,
while since I've been here.
right? Yeah. When's the last time you? The satellite was cutting out. I got to see about maybe bringing the bigger, more robust satellite dish out when I return to the field. Just because the mini dish, while it's very portable and that's nice,
Here's some
it's not as powerful.
Gorgeous gargantuans and authentic, because though they died out so
And
long
Granny
ago,
Pantaloons,
their
thank you for the
fossil
17
bones
months of
remain,
support.
so we know just what they were like.
I really appreciate
and
it.
can even sculpt them into still, or rather extinct, life.
17 months of support there, Granny Pantaloons. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. But yeah. And F. Edgar says it does go into the latest views into classification, including cladistics. Yeah. Superb book. I really can't recommend it highly enough. Good stuff. Anywho, looks like we're getting some complaints about audio here, so let's go into our settings and see if we can just up the audio for all of OBS. That might not be possible. Output. I don't think I can do that right here. Sorry. The office streams, this is an entirely different setup from what I use when I'm out in the field. When I'm out there on a dig, I'm using a mobile stream encoder and a mobile camera and all that other stuff, so it's very different.
It's a little confusing. There's Iguanodon, which is this dinosaur.
So there's the stream
Iguanodon
encoder
today,
there. Right there.
which is the family that's named after this guy.
This doesn't have
which is
OBS.
guy. And then there's
Everything is self-contained within that little portable unit right there. That does all of the video and audio encoding, and then transmits it out to the Twitch servers. So it's a completely different setup. If you have to adjust your volume a little bit in order to make this stream more watchable, I'd recommend you do that. I apologize. I don't think there's anything I can do about it right now, so bear with me. Anyway, yeah. And Dyson Dinosaur, I'm not planning on bringing the portable setup to SVP right now, just because I think I would have to buy an all-new unit, because I don't think this one will actually work in the EU, or in England for that matter. And I really don't want to spend $2,000 on a new encoder, plus $500 to $1,000 for mobile data, and all of that. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Plus, I would be streaming like 8 to 12 hours after my normal streaming time. Given that I'm in a completely different time zone, I just don't think it makes sense. But we'll see, you know? Yeah. But yeah. Bug on Butt says, yeah, that's rough. I appreciate you understanding, yeah. I would love to be able to stream from Europe at some point, but I don't think that's very doable this year. Let's see. Anywho. Oh, and there you go, Crimson. Yeah, I don't want to spend all of that money and go through all of that effort just to be really frustrated when things don't go as planned. So I think I'll just be taking SVP's time. Taking that time this year in November to attend the conference, present my research, listen to everybody else's talks, just accumulate as much information that I can, and then be able to relay that to everybody later, you know? Consider it time set aside for professional development. So excited for that. Yeah, me too, Dyson Dinosaur. By the way, Rocco File, thank you for those 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity there. I'm super excited too, Filippo. I'm probably not going to make it to Belgium, it looks like, because I managed to sign up for the before and after SVP field trips. So it looks like my time's going to be occupied already, but yeah, I know. But maybe I'll be able to come back at some point. We'll see what connections I'm able to make when I'm out there in Europe. Who knows? I might be returning within the year. We'll see. Yeah. But anywho, yeah. Dinosaur Dave says, when I was in the UK in 2012, I got a prepaid SIM with unlimited data fairly cheap. That was A, 13 years ago, and B, unlimited SIM cards are not actually unlimited when you use them for live streaming. They do cap your data at a certain level. Like you can, it's unlimited, but they throttle it after a certain threshold. So I wouldn't be able to use that for live streaming. You would need like an actual data package with signal bonding and everything else, multiple SIMs. Yeah, so I just don't think that's workable. Yeah. But yeah. And well, the venue have Wi-Fi? So I'm not going to be able to live stream from the conference, Circulus. That would be very much against the rules. A lot of this stuff is still under press embargo. So even if the scientists presenting their research give you a green light to be able to talk about their work, the publishing companies might frown on that, and they can even sue if you.
Got $1 left. Might as well spend it here.
Thank you, Dave Neves. Hey, I appreciate that. One last dollar. That means a lot to me, Dave Neves. Thank you for the support. Yeah. But yeah. Anyhow, yeah. What was I saying? So anyway, yeah, even if I get permission from the presenting authors to be able to talk about their work, the journal publishers might have something to say about that. Because in a way, they like own your work after you submit it to them. We as scientists do not get paid for publishing scientific journal articles. In fact, much of the time we actually have to pay out of our own pocket to get this stuff published. So we're providing all of this work that we did, often for years and years, we're providing that for free to the publisher, and then the publisher owns it. We don't see any of that money. They get to charge whatever they would like in order for people to be able to read it. It's honestly kind of a racket, but I'm not going to get started on that right now. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah, there you go, Dinosaur. You know, a better world is possible. One of these days, we'll band together as scientists, and we'll start a new publication system. Because the one that we've got right now really isn't working. One day. And Sir Keel says, I'm totally speaking from ignorance and naivete, but could you not just set up a website to upload your work to? You could, but it's not just about publishing, it's also about peer review. Let's see if I can find a video about this. Trying to find one that is kind of short and simple. We're not looking at a conference talk that's an hour and 19 minutes long. Here's Kevin Padian talking about that, but that looks a little long too. Oh, hello, Mini Pie. I don't know if there's a really decent video about this.
Did you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking? I'm destroying. Never.
No, what glue is...
Mooncloud5733, thank you for the 3 months of support. I really appreciate that. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. And some sort of authentication system for peers. That's the thing, Sir Kills, is there are a few journals that are what we call open access. So that means that you pay a fee up front, and then your work is available for free in perpetuity. But it still requires you to pay up front in order to do that, because they need to pay for server space, they need to pay for, there's like various publication fees involved with that. You gotta get a DOI number, you gotta get a, often like a, what is it, an ORCID number and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyhow, Mini Pie, how are you doing? Our cat cam is currently on the fritz, I think. But give me a second, let me see if we can fix this. Shoot. sorry. This is the sort of thing where I'd have to restart my computer to get it to work. But I could still make sure that Mini Pie here gets the treats that she needs. Huh. She's one of my landlords here. Back at the house, and she's demanding payment right now. We brush her a little bit first because she got way too much loose fur. Nobody was brushing her while I was away in the field. There we go. Hold still. Hold still, hey. There we go. Look at all that. Look at that. My goodness. Here, before we get into our new dinosaurs today, we should talk a little bit about the publication process. What goes into a scientific paper? And that should give us a little bit better appreciation for when we start looking at these papers on these 4 new dinosaurs. All of the work that went into getting those published in the first place. It's a big deal when you publish a scientific paper. That's sort of the end product of years and years, sometimes decades worth of work. And I think right now when we've got a bunch of new people watching, people who just kind of joined up during the field season, I think this is a great opportunity to talk about the scientific publication process. What are the positives and negatives there? Why the system works the way that it does? And what we might be able to do to improve it in the future. First, let's get Mini Pie here some treats, huh? There we go. Here we go. Oh, hey, watch out. Look at those. Good stuff? What do you think? How's that? What? That's it. That's all there is. You can continue to hang out here if you want to. But that's all I got for you right now, okay? Okay? Yeah.
Papers. No sex research group was only.
Let's try out this little video from SciShow with everybody's favorite Uncle Hank here. And let's talk about that scientific publication process. Oh, yeah.
In 2012, a researcher named Glenn Begley published a commentary in the journal Nature. He said that during his decade as the head of cancer research for Amgen, an American pharmaceutical company, he'd tried to reproduce the results of 53 so-called landmark cancer studies. He'd tried to...
Amgen, not InGen, of Jurassic Park fame. Amgen, interesting. That almost sounds derivative, like life imitating art.
Decade as the head of cancer research for Amgen, an American pharmaceutical company, he'd tried to reproduce the results of 53 so-called landmark cancer studies. But his team wasn't able to replicate 47 of those 53 studies. That means that 88% of these really important cancer studies couldn't be reproduced. Then, in August 2015, a psychologist named Brian Nosek published another paper, this time in the journal Science. Over the course of the previous 3 years, he said he'd organized repeats of 100 psychological studies. 97 of the original experiments had reported statistically significant results. That is, results that were most likely caused by variables in the experiment and not some coincidence. When his team tried to reproduce those results, they only got 36 significant results, barely a third of what the original studies had found. It seems like every few months there's some kind of news about problems with the scientific publishing industry. A lot of people, both scientists and science enthusiasts, are concerned. So why does this keep happening? And what can be done to fix the system? Right now, the scientific publishing industry is going through what's being called a replication or reproducibility crisis. Researchers are repeating earlier studies trying to reproduce the experiments as closely as possible. One group
So this is the idea that, like, when you're publishing a scientific paper, you outline the process that you went through. So in the case of publishing a new dinosaur, you'd say, here's the fossils that we found. Here's where you can find these original fossils, the ones that we're studying. Here's the museum where you can go and visit, and you can study these yourself. You can take measurements. You can see if you get the same results that we did when you, like, re-examine the specimen. That would be a way to reproduce, like, one of the papers that we're going to look at today. It's often more complicated in other sciences, or more involved, where, like, you've got to rerun an identical experiment, as identical as you can make it, that kind of thing. So that's the idea of reproducibility, that someone else should be able to reproduce your same results. They should be able to repeat the same process that you get and get the same result. If you did your work carefully, then, you know, it shouldn't be a fluke. Everybody else should be able to get the same thing if they follow the same steps that you did. That's reproducibility.
Might publish findings that look promising, and other groups might use those results to develop their own experiments. But if the original study was wrong, that's a whole lot of time and money right down the drain. In theory, these repeat studies should be finding the same results as the original experiments. If a cancer drug worked in one study and a separate group repeats the study under the same conditions, the cancer drug should still work. But that's not what happened with Begley's cancer studies, and researchers in other fields have been having the same problem. They're repeating.
Hang on a sec. Dolphin Chaos says they're also, for whatever reason, tends to look down on reviews. It's so odd in the community. Oh, you mean reviews in the sense that, like, you're doing a literature review, and then that's not seen as prestigious as, like, publishing original results. It's kind of funny because literature reviews actually tend to get cited more often than original results. And so if you're trying to get your citation numbers up, you should just publish a ton of different reviews. I think a lot of scientists kind of realize that, you know, if you're trying to play the game like that, almost rig the numbers and have higher citation results, you're going to publish more reviews. I don't know. A lot of the stuff that I've done has been kind of literature-based papers, so doing a lot of lit review. But honestly, that's really important. There's a... Watch out, Mini Pie. Don't
earlier studies, and they aren't getting the same.
Here. Science literature reviews. Help advance the field. So, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find that quickly, but there was a paper that came out not too long ago that said that they were looking at literature reviews and publication rates in different fields. And not only do literature reviews get published more often, but they also potentially help certain fields advance more quickly than they otherwise would have. If you have really well-written literature reviews where somebody just goes through and they say, here's all the papers written about this, here's a general consensus, here's the current state of the field, for whatever branch of science that is, for whatever subject it is, then people who are involved in that can read that and they can get up to speed really quickly, and they can start working on new stuff more quickly than if there weren't a good review that were published on it. So yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Here, let's get back to our video.
Results. So why are these inaccurate results getting published?
So yeah, talking about the reproducibility crisis, let's get to... And I was really hoping we would talk about the peer review process here. I'll give you a link to this video so you can watch the rest of it if you would like to, but I don't want to get too bogged down into something that's not super relevant to today's subject, today's topic.
everything over. Watch it.
Here we go. This might be a nice primer there. The peer review process.
If you've published research before, you're probably already familiar with the peer review process.
So this is good. This is about 2 minutes long, and this is exactly what I want to talk about. So I'll be kind of verbally annotating this as we go along.
But in case you haven't, or have never thought much about why the peer review process is set up the way it is, here's a refresher. Each journal does things a little differently, but when an author sends in a manuscript for publication, it usually undergoes a quick screening to make sure it's ready for review. Then the editor-in-chief.
So what happens when you've got a scientific paper that you're writing, so you're putting together a manuscript. Say we find a new kind of dinosaur, like the one that we were excavating in Utah this year. So we get our team together, we study the fossils, photograph them, take measurements, do kind of like a basic review of like what's been published on this group of dinosaurs before. We talk about why this one is new, we write up the manuscript, and it's ready to submit to a journal. So you find different scientific journals that you think might cover similar to things to what you want to publish, and then you submit the manuscript to them. So author submits manuscript, and then it goes through administrative screening. So they should have somebody on staff at the journal who can look at this, look at the submission that you sent in and go, either this does or does not fit with kind of the topic of the journal, you know? If we're publishing a new kind of iguanodont dinosaur, we're not going to be submitting that to the Journal of Clinical Psychology, you know? But you might submit it to a journal like PLOS One, Public Library of Science. You might submit it to a journal like Science or Nature, these huge high-impact journals, if you think it's something really exciting, and they might go for it. But yeah, the administrative screening is like somebody working at that journal says yay or nay. Either this seems like a good fit or doesn't seem like a good fit for the journal. It's like the first layer of screening there. And then after that, you get the editor-in-chief review.
Decides whether the paper is a good fit for the journal.
Yep.
Typically, the editor-in-chief is interested in whether the work fits the scope of the journal, will be interesting to the journal's target audience, and is generally performed at a high level. If it doesn't meet these criteria, the manuscript may be rejected. But if the manuscript seems promising, it's assigned to an editor with subject area expertise, usually an associate editor.
So yeah, often this is another editor that they have on staff, and this is somebody who actually works in that field. They know a thing or two about that subject. So they're not just making a call like, does this seem like a good fit for the journal? They're making a call like, is this actually good work? You know, does this fit with what we know about this particular subject? That kind of thing.
This editor also critically evaluates the manuscript, considering the scope, whether the work moves the field forward, and if the results are of high quality.
Yep.
Only if the paper passes this test too does it formally enter peer review. At this point, the associate editor selects scientists with relevant expertise to review the manuscript.
So we're getting into peer review here. So peer review is what it sounds like. Your peers are reviewing your work. And so think about it like in, I don't know, maybe in high school you were in a writing class, and then you might have had an assignment where you read the work of your fellow students, and then you give them some critiques. It's kind of like that, but at a higher level. So in science, say we were to, you know, publish our iguanodont paper. So we've got a new kind of iguanodont from the Cedar Mountain Formation. The staff editors at the journal look into it, and then if they give it a tentative green light, then it goes out for peer review. So that means that emails go out to other people who work on, say, iguanodont dinosaurs, and ask, hey, could you take some time and look over this thing? Can you check it for errors? Apply your expertise to what we know about, you know. And it kind of goes from there. So, like, this is one of those quality control sort of mechanisms that we have in science. This is to make sure that there aren't grievous mistakes that are making it through the review process. This is anything that people may have missed. You know, it's quality control. Mini Pie, you're hitting the keyboard. I'm gonna have to kick you out if you keep doing this. Goodness. Right here.
And if the results are of high quality. Only if the paper passes this test too does it formally enter peer review.
Ow.
At this point, the associate editor selects scientists with relevant...
Sorry, she just bit me. I gotta wash this off real quick. Hang on.
Relevant expertise to review the manuscript. Some reviewers may decline the invitation, and it may take several weeks for the completed reviews to come in. Once the editor has enough high-quality reviews in hand, he or she then makes the decision to accept, reject, or request a revised manuscript that addresses the reviewer's.
Apologies for that. I don't know why she's all worked up today. She's just not getting enough attention, I guess. But yeah. Anyhow. Where are we at? Yeah, so peer review. So I want to emphasize that when peer review happens, this is like a community service thing. Even though these journals are usually making a lot of money off of the work of these scientists, they hardly ever pay anybody for peer review. So when you agree to do a review, it's like, you know, doing your part for the scientific community. Being a good, you know, scientific community member. And so you're doing a solid for these people who want to get their paper published, where you're reviewing it, and you can either accept or reject it. You can also give them all kinds of pointers on how they should improve the manuscript. You need to go back and redo this part. Maybe you missed something. Maybe you forgot about something. It's your job as a peer reviewer to do that, and it usually takes a long time. So this past summer, Jim Kirkland was talking about some of the reviews that he was doing currently, where he got an email from a journal saying, hey, can you review these manuscripts? And he said, sure, I'm an expert on this topic. I'm going to act as quality control for this. And the idea is you do this for other people, and they do it for you too. You know, it's they're not going to do it immediately, but it's almost like a karma thing, you know, where you try and say, hey, I'm going to contribute what I can to the scientific community. I'm going to volunteer my time. I'm going to review these manuscripts, and then hopefully in the future, when I need a manuscript reviewed, somebody else will do that for me, you know? But yeah, we as scientists almost never get paid to do reviews, which is kind of lousy because it can take dozens upon dozens of hours sometimes to really review a manuscript, especially a long one. Yeah. So in many ways, the system isn't perfect, but it works okay most of the time.
Concerns.
Yeah.
This decision is based on a combination of the reviewer comments and the editor's personal evaluation of the manuscript. Typically, the authors don't know who has reviewed their paper.
We call that blind review.
This process is called single blind review.
Yep.
Some journals may opt for a double blind review in which both authors and reviewers are unknown to each other.
And so this can be a good thing because even in the scientific community, people love squabbles. Some people don't like other people. You have rivalries and quarrels and stuff like that. Feuds even. And so if you don't know whose paper you're reviewing, and they don't know who's reviewing it, sometimes that can be a good thing, you know? Like, if you have beef with somebody, and you're just going to outright reject their paper just because of who they are, that's not a good thing. But sometimes that anonymity also backfires in that people can be really nasty in reviews. And so having the names be public after the fact is often a good thing, you know? It just kind of keeps everybody honest. So there's pluses and minuses to this. And hey, Valent, how are you doing? It's good to see you. Valent of Science Streams might have some input about this too, the whole peer review process. But yeah. And Fornath says, bunch of fun photos of the ROM's T-Rex exhibit. Oh, very cool. Yeah, go ahead and put a link in the chat if you think people might want to see that.
Or the review process can be completely open. Regardless of the type of review, peer reviewers are critical to evaluating the suitability of the manuscript for publication.
Crazy reviewers, we can.
Although at least 2 editors assess the manuscript even before it goes out for review, the most rigorous vetting falls to the peer reviewers, who are likely to be subject matter experts and therefore in a better position to offer valuable and specific commentary.
So yeah, that's the thing, is that the reviewers might have kind of general knowledge about the subject. You know, say we're publishing our new iguanodont dinosaur. They might have, you know, experience in publishing new fossil critters, but maybe they've never done iguanodonts. Maybe they've never done dinosaurs before. The peer reviewers, these like volunteers from the scientific community, they're really providing the most in-depth kind of quality control. And there's kind of a joke in the scientific community that Yeah. Yeah. That, like, it's reviewer 2 that's always the problem. Reviewer 1 might say, yeah, this is pretty good work. I like this. Maybe tweak a few things, but accepted with revisions. And reviewer 2 is like, no, you gotta go back and change everything. Go back and rerun your experiments. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So it's a thing that we talk about a lot in the sciences. Anywho. And Science says, I'm not sure you saw the journal eLife did away with peer review. Really? Wild. Your paper goes right up right away, and it's called a living document where the reviews coming in from folks at random times. Interesting. Huh. I'd have to look into that. There's not a lot of paleo papers that get published in eLife. I'm wondering if that's more geared toward like medicine or something, where you might want to have rapid turnaround. But I don't know. They no longer have an impact factor score. RIP one of my grad school papers. I'm sorry, Science. That's lousy. It's more neuroscience. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Cool, okay. Yeah. Anyhow. Oh, and that was it. Yeah.
The most rigorous vetting falls to the peer reviewers, who are likely to be subject matter experts and therefore in a better position to offer valuable and specific commentary.
There you go. Yeah. So that's scientific peer review. I wish that video were a little bit more engaging. It was a little dry. But it's important to understand, especially as we're going to start looking into some of these scientific papers today. Speaking of which... Well, shoot, let's look into our first new dinosaur here. This is... a new sauropod dinosaur from China. Whoop, that's not what I want. Come on, soundboard. No. Sorry, bear with me, everybody. Live broadcast. There we go. New species of extremely gigantic sauropod. Found in China. Extremely gigantic. That's quite the superlative there. You think gigantic is big enough, but no. Extremely gigantic. Paleontologists in China have discovered the skeletal remains of a remarkable new genus and species of huge mamenchisaurid dinosaur from the late Jurassic. So here, just at a glance, we've got a skeletal diagram highlighted in blue, or the parts that they have. Mamenchisaurs, or mamenchisaurs, are this group of dinosaurs. So their heyday was the Jurassic. I think they actually go extinct at the end of the Jurassic. And some of them were truly enormous. These are some of the first super gigantic dinosaurs in like the middle Jurassic. Things like Mamenchisaurus. Is Euhelipus still one of these guys? I forget. Their taxonomy has been kind of in flux. But they are pretty cool, and they're mostly known from China. There we go.
Prolonged stability nurtured many huge plant-eating sauropods. Brachiosaurus, for example, and Apatosaurus.
It's a documentary from 1995, and this heavily features Mamenchisaurus.
Long-necked sauropods have modern counterparts. Giraffes plucked leaves from tall trees without competition.
Well, they have competition from ants, but that's another story.
But Mamenchisaurus, grazing on leaves 150 million years ago, was unlike any known sauropod. Its 13-meter neck made it very, very different.
13 meters long. So a meter is just over a yard. It's just under 40 inches. Just over a yard, just under 40 inches. A meter is this long. It's 100 centimeters. 13 of these is the length of the neck of this dinosaur. 13 of these. And that's just for like fairly complete skeletons. We've got bits and pieces that suggest these guys got significantly larger.
First hints of the animal came in the 1950s. In 1987, the Canadian Museum of Nature's Dr. Dale Russell was associated with the discovery of a giant, nearly complete neck.
This is Sinoconorum, I think, Crimson, yeah.
I realized it was a very strange dinosaur because the neck was longer than the body and the tail combined. So
huge neck.
It was difficult to believe that it all belonged in one skeleton, but it had been found in central China in the province of Sichuan, complete in our articulation. So we knew the specimen was complete. I had never seen a dinosaur that strange in my life, and I marveled that a creature that peculiar had ever been found.
Pretty cool.
Russell is a principal scientist in the Dinosaur Project, an ongoing Chinese and Canadian venture which has unearthed wonders in both countries. But Mamenchisaurus is among the most magnificent, the strangest of all.
There are many different kinds of long-necked dinosaurs, and many scientists feel that the primary use of the neck in these animals was so that they could raise the head up high into the branches of trees and be able to browse in leaves.
May or may not be
I think
true.
that there are some dinosaurs that clearly could eat that way, but I disagree that that model would apply in this case. It is apparent from looking at the detailed structure of the neck that the most natural pose for the neck was nearly horizontally across the ground in front of the animal.
So Mamenchisaurus's massive body anchored a 13-meter neck, projecting more or less parallel to the ground.
So I'm showing this. This is the same family of dinosaurs as the new one that we're about to talk about. I love this 1990s CG here. This was cutting-edge stuff back in '95. Nice.
Its neck vertebrae show how Mamenchisaurus differed from other long-necked dinosaurs.
Those long cervical ribs right there.
Long, bony neck ribs projected back from each vertebra, overlapping to support the neck as a whole.
So that would stiffen the neck, too.
Whatever conditions directed this animal's evolution, the result was an extraordinary neck, reinforced from head to shoulders by overlapping, muscle-wrapped neck ribs. Jurassic
So why would you need a neck
reinforcing
that long, you know? And there you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah,
Chinese
yeah.
Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology in Beijing houses an extraordinary find.
That is nuts. Look at that.
A single neck rib excavated from the Gobi Desert in 1987
Bonkers.
measures over 4 meters, longer than a standard car.
So yeah, that's about 13 feet long, almost. One single neck rib, one cervical vertebra, 13 feet. Again, let's play it one more time.
Beijing houses an extraordinary find. A single neck rib excavated from the Gobi Desert in 1987
Insane.
measures over 4 meters, longer than a standard car.
So that animal might have been over 100 feet long. Just bonkers, you know? Quite long, says Casey. I know, right?
Imagine the neck, an estimated 13 meters long.
That jacket. So that would have been in pieces, Jody
Stiffening
Fish.
made the neck less flexible. Mamenchisaurus could move it up or to the side, though just 30 degrees. It could never lift it vertically into trees. Nature's elaborate...
Toilet Getter says, imagine being hungry and having to wait for the food to make it all the way down that neck. Oh yeah. Also, just for the nerve impulses to go from the brain to the rest of the body or vice versa would take seconds, probably. That's such a long neck. So these guys would have had sort of a delayed response kind of thing going on. Like if you were to pull on its tail or something, it might take a couple seconds until the animal actually realizes, oh, there's somebody back there. Let me start the process of turning around to see what this is. You know? It's insane that animals this big were walking around on our planet just a couple 100 million years ago. It's pretty cool.
Its structure restricted her creature's movement. Dale Russell asks,
why was the neck so long? What did the animal use it for? And one way, which is very obvious, is it was a labor-saving device. Without moving its enormous elephant.
It gets weird, yeah, exactly, until we get it out.
Swing a very light neck over a broad arc and eat food from a very broad range of grazing material.
Anywho, yeah, and then we've got a question from Phoenix the archaeologist. What kind of muscles would the heart need to have to pump blood enough, with enough pressure to be sufficient to make it all the way to the head? That's a great question. And, there, check it out. So this is not a Mamenchisaur, but a different kind of sauropod, different kind of long-necked, four-legged dinosaur. It sort of illustrates the same problem, though. Like, how do you get blood all the way to the end of that neck? Huge. So, like, the biggest heart of any animal to ever walk the earth. Izzy soy yo. Hey. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. Izzy soy yo. Soy Dani Andusa. Soy un paleontólogo. It's good to have you here. Gracias por seguirme. $90 liters. That's 45 of these. That's a 2-liter bottle. 45 of these each time the heart beats. That's crazy, you know? Bonkers. Bonkers. It's 9/10, so there you go, Lydia, yeah. Make a lot of sense. How indeed. No, we don't, as far as I know, have hard evidence that this is the case. Like foot pads and tight skin around the extremities. But it makes sense. Think of it kind of like compression socks. You're trying to keep the blood from pooling down there. Elephants have this. Sauropods have got a similar kind of bodily setup. You've got these 4 columnar limbs. It would make sense for them to have that too. It's kind of hard to imagine how they would have done without that. But it is still speculative. We don't have hard evidence of this, as I understand it. Natural compression stockings. There you go. Take one, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, good stuff. Here's a link to that video if you'd like it. Yeah. What's kind of nuts is, Neverwinter says 12 beats per minute. Wow. Yeah. As opposed to another kind of Saurischian dinosaur. Yeah.
The very smallest bird on Earth, the bee hummingbird.
The smallest dinosaur to ever exist, as far as we know.
Barely larger than the bee it's named after. Almost everything about this hummingbird is special.
So, what is their heart rate?
They can beat their tiny wings an incredible 80 times a second.
Okay, that's just wing beats. What about heartbeats?
Tiny size makes them tasty prey for snakes, birds, even spiders. Nothing about the bee hummingbird's life is easy. They may visit over 1,000 flowers a day on their eternal quest for nectar. The males are the show-offs of the family. Their dazzling head feathers, usually irresistible to the less colorful females. But
So, what is their heart rate, though? Let's see.
In humans, normal heart rate ranges from 60 to 100 beats per minute.
So, I don't know if they've got sources here or anything, but this might be, I don't know, give us some kind of idea.
The heart rate ranges from 1,000 to 1,200 beats per minute. The reason...
I don't know if this figure is correct, but it sounds plausible. I'm not an expert on hummingbird physiology, but compare that with 13 beats per minute for that huge sauropod dinosaur. These are both dinosaurs from the same side of the dinosaur family tree, mind you. So both of these guys are Saurischians. So Saurischians are the so-called lizard-hipped dinosaurs, and ironically enough, that's where birds are. They're not bird-hipped dinosaurs, they're actually lizard-hipped dinosaurs. But, let's see. Yeah, here's a crude illustration, but it'll do the trick. So you've got the ornithischians up here. These are all plant eaters, the bird-hipped dinosaurs, because their hips superficially resemble those of birds. And then you have the lizard-hipped dinosaurs here, of which birds are the only surviving group. Out of all Dinosauria, birds are the only ones left. So they're not incredibly distant from the sauropods. So what's crazy is that you've got the biggest dinosaur that ever lived, in fact, the biggest land-living animal ever. Some of these huge sauropods, like Patagotitan, critters like that. And then you've got the bee hummingbird, which is barely this big. It's really cool to think about.
Soon occupied every corner of that world.
Coley Online, thank you for the 4 months of support. I appreciate it. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Dolphin Chaos says, fun fact I told one of my lab mates here at the Suarez lab, hummingbirds are dinosaurs that have evolved for an insect-like niche. Yes. It's crazy that, like, a bee hummingbird and a moth they're sometimes, like, occupying the same niche. You've got moths like this that have got similar morphology to a hummingbird. This moth might even be bigger than that bee hummingbird we just saw. So being like a tiny little pollinator, eating nectar, flying around. Whether you're a moth or a tiny dinosaur, you got the same gig. That's wild to think about, right? Yeah. But yeah, good stuff. Anywho. And League says the hammer on the wall looks just like the hammer I used to make sheet metal constructs. Interesting. And this is a rock hammer right here. A geologist hammer, you might call it. This is a pointed tip geologist hammer. But I use this in the field especially in Wyoming this year. Just getting a lot of use out of this. But yeah. Hummingbird hawkmoth. Is that what this is, Charlie's Dragon? Yeah, hummingbird hawkmoth. Pretty cool. So again, I love that this gives you an idea of the diversity of Dinosauria. From where's our from the tiny bee hummingbird right there to the largest sauropod dinosaur. They're members of the same group. They're both Saurischian dinosaurs. How wild is that, you know? It's the incredible diversity within Saurischia in terms of size and ecology. Bonkers, you know? Yeah. Yeah. And that moth looks like a hummingbird. That was my point there, Elmetta. They're doing the same job. You know? What was that? Pull up that image again. Yeah. So this is called the hummingbird moth, also known as the white-lined sphinx moth. And yeah, it looks remarkably hummingbird-like. That's a beautiful illustration of convergent evolution. This process by which unrelated creatures develop similar morphologies even though they're coming from a completely different ancestry. So bats and birds are an example. They're both flying animals that use their forelimbs to flap. They have wings, but they're coming from completely different directions, and they're converging on a vaguely similar morphology. And MJ Builds, thank you for the 5 gift subs there. Hey, I really appreciate it.
MJ Builds is washing
Thank
away
you
the
kindly.
ads for 5 lucky mammals.
Yeah. Very, very cool, MJ Builds. It's 5 very lucky mammals who won't have to worry about a single ad for the next month. Thanks to you. I appreciate it. And Dino Wolf,
Those
thanks for the
claws on
22
the
months.
wings are once again invaluable.
Good stuff. Oh yeah, so actually this is a lovely illustration of that. Divergent versus convergent evolution. Divergent evolution is where you have a lineage that splits, and you get divergence. Things diverge into different directions. So, well, this actually isn't correct because foxes did not evolve from wolves, but from a wolf-like ancestor. Anywho, you go back far enough and all of the caniform mammals have the same ancestor. Ignore where it says wolf there. But yeah, divergence versus convergence. This should really show coming together. But birds, butterflies, bats, they all have very different ancestors who didn't fly. And yet each of these different groups has evolved flight in different ways. But they've converged on this, you know, like, volant kind of... They've converged on flightedness, you know? Like an all fly. They've all developed wings independently. Convergent evolution. It's pretty cool to think about. And Zitrat, thank you so much for the 2 months of support.
Great channel. Hi all smiley face.
Hi to you too, Zitrat. Thank you for the 2 months of support. I really appreciate it. Excellent. Yeah. So yeah, cool stuff. Very cool stuff. So anywho, I've gotten kind of far afield here, but it's just really neat to think about the incredible diversity of dinosaurs. This group of reptiles that evolved dozens of different directions, different morphologies, different habitats, lifestyles, ecologies, you would say. From the mightiest of the supergiant sauropods to the tiniest of hummingbirds. They're all dinosaurs. super cool. Yeah. And yeah, there you go, Carnotaurus. Yes. Yeah. Anywho, with that having been said, let's get back into our new Mamenchisaur. And again, for anybody just waltzing in, you might remember this from the Lost World Jurassic Park. Memorable scene. That's supposed to be Mamenchisaurus right there. That huge sauropod. Huge, long-necked sauropod dinosaur. And we've got a brand new genus and species from China. The newly described species lived in what is now southwestern China some 147 million years ago in the late Jurassic. Named Tongnanlong Jimingai, the sauropod was about 23 to 28 meters long, so about 75 to 92 feet long. Sauropods were gigantic quadrupedal herbivores and the largest terrestrial dinosaurs that ever existed, said Dr. Shuifeng Wei from the Chengdu Center of China Geological Survey and colleagues. They appeared in the late Triassic, advanced a global distribution by the Middle Jurassic, and finally died out at the end of the late Cretaceous. So appearing in the late Triassic, that's another one of our new dinosaurs today that we'll be talking about. Spoiler, it's one of the earliest sauropodomorphs in the world, and it's from China, just named in the last few weeks. But anywho, our new super gigantic guy, let's talk about that. The sauropod fauna from the middle to late Jurassic Sichuan Basin has been previously considered an endemic fauna, which differs from the contemporaneous sauropods of the Pangaean terrestrial fauna. This distribution is often interpreted by the East Asian isolation hypothesis, which occurred during the Jurassic to early Cretaceous. However, this hypothesis is challenged by more phylogenetic analyses and studies of neosauropod dinosaurs from China and Mamenchisaurid dinosaurs discovered from Africa, which support the idea that they were distributed globally during the Middle Jurassic. So here's what we're talking about here. There's this idea that in the late Jurassic period, 150 million years ago or so, give or take, that the dinosaurs that were living over here in Eastern Asia are completely different from the ones from the rest of the world. That's called endemism. That you get like unique groups that appear that are endemic to certain areas. They only exist there. But with this new find, it challenges this idea. Because hey, we might have similar dinosaurs like this in other parts of the world too. Maybe they're not so special. Maybe they're actually much more widespread than anybody realized. The holotype specimen of Tongnanlong Jimingai was excavated from a building site in the Tongnan district of the Chongqing area, Sichuan Basin. It includes 3 dorsal, so 3 vertebrae from the back, and 6 caudal vertebrae, 6 tail vertebrae, a shoulder blade, other shoulder elements like a coracoid, and some hind limb bones. Our fieldwork shows that the fossiliferous site belongs to the lower portion of the Upper Jurassic Suining Formation, overlaid by the Quaternary deposits, paleontologists say. Purplish redstone and sandstone, purplish red mudstone and sandstone. Abundant invertebrates. We've got some other vertebrate critters, like a lungfish, Ceratodus, a turtle, Plesiocheles, and the dinosaur Mamenchisaurus anuensis. Interesting. So they're saying this dinosaur, this new one, is different from Mamenchisaurus anuensis. Tongnanlong enriches the sauropod diversity of eusauropods and provides new information on the understanding of the sauropod diversity and evolutionary trend from the Middle Jurassic to late Jurassic, when their bodies became larger. So this is in the journal Nature Scientific Reports, which is open access.
Access granted.
Yeah. And I will give you a link to this right here so you can follow along at home if you would like to. So we're going to take a quick look at this paper. This is the original scientific paper right here. You're getting this straight from the science horse's mouth, so to speak. I think it's really important to show scientific papers on stream whenever we can. I feel like there's this divide between science and scientists and the general public, and it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to be intimidated by a scientific paper. You should be able to look at it and go, cool, I might not understand everything here, but I'm curious to see what's there, you know? I'll do my best to kind of translate for you. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate to ask. Yeah. But yeah, and yeah, there you go, Crimson. Yeah, no need for piracy here. It's an open access paper. Toilet Gator wants to know, do we know why their bodies got larger? More food availability or something? It's kind of debated. With sauropod dinosaurs, there's probably a number of different factors. Evolutionary cascade. Here we go. So here's a paper that talks about gigantism in sauropod dinosaurs. Martin Sander is the author here. So this is trying to come up with a framework for, like, how did these sauropods get so big and why? Why would you evolve super gigantic size like this? And here's the figure I wanted to show you. According to Martin Sander, there's a bunch of different factors that all kind of contribute to very high body mass. So like a bunch of different things that all kind of conspire in order to make these guys super gigantic. Yeah. There's external factors, things like predation from theropod dinosaurs. The bigger you are as a sauropod dinosaur, the less likely it is that you'll get eaten by something like Allosaurus. These guys are living at the same time as some of these gigantic sauropods, and they were carnivorous. We have direct evidence that they ate sauropods. We have tooth marks on bones. We have shed teeth found with sauropod skeletons. Getting really, really big is probably one way to defend yourself against guys like this. So predation pressure from theropods is one reason to get really big. High growth rate also factors into that. If you can grow really quickly, then it's easier to grow to gigantic sizes. We know that a lot of these sauropods grew incredibly quickly. They had high metabolisms, remarkable growth rates, and then stuff like this also helped too. So not chewing their food when they're eating, just swallowing it whole, is one way to take in a ton of food very quickly. So here is the skull of Diplodocus. This is my Dippy skull cast 3D print right here. And you can look at the mouth and realize that they only have teeth at the very front of the snout. And those teeth are not chewing teeth. These are just simple teeth for cropping vegetation. Or maybe even like stripping the little leaflets off of ferns or something like that. And so if you can eat really quickly like that, you don't have to stop and chew like a cow. You can just gulp down tons and tons and tons of plant material like that. Then you can take in enough calories, not just to support your mass, but also to increase it, to be able to continue to grow. So we have still trying to figure out like exactly what these guys were doing with their teeth. But one idea that I like, that I feel like warrants further study, is trying to find you that clip from Walking with Dinosaurs with the little sauropods using their peg-like teeth. There we go. To strip the leaflets off of ferns. So, yeah, I think that idea needs further testing, but it's a cool one. So, not chewing, no mastication, not chewing, not taking the time to chew, would have allowed them to feed much more efficiently. And then all of the digestion would take place in this giant barrel-shaped ribcage of theirs. It's this huge mass of guts in there, where the plant matter would ferment, and all the gut biome in there would help break down that plant material and extract energy for them. Having a small head allowed them to have a very, very long neck. If you had a huge, heavy head at the end of a long neck, you'd just be dragging it on the ground. So having a small head is a big advantage. And that includes having a small brain. You don't want a gigantic, bloodthirsty brain at the end of a super long neck, because you would struggle to pump enough blood down to the end of that neck. You want a really small brain. It's much more efficient. Doesn't mean that these animals were stupid. I don't think that's the case. I think they would have had probably a really, really high density of neurons in there, I suspect. Because you would need a good amount of processing power in order to move that huge body around. It's probably just super concentrated in that brain. I bet you sauropods have like the most efficient brains of any dinosaur. That's a guess. It's not an easy thing to test, but it makes sense.
That gives the history of life. It's
Demon
very
Prince,
quirky, fortuitous,
thank you for the 7 months.
chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Thank you for that prime there, Demon Friends. I appreciate it. Yeah. And we've made our sub goal for the week. Holy cow. That's excellent. Phenomenal. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Trudy Man says, hello, Saurian Man. Hello to you, Trudy Man. How are you? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah. And Toilet Gator says, it makes sense that there are all kinds of factors which I guess makes finding a reason hard. Exactly. Sometimes I forget how complex life is. Oh, yeah. But this is a cool paper if you want to take a look. There's a link right there. Yeah. The model consists of 5 separate evolutionary cascades: reproduction, feeding, head and neck, avian-style lung, and metabolism. Each cascade starts with an observed or inferred basal trait that either may be plesiomorphic or derived at the level of sauropoda. Each trait confers hypothetical selective advantages, which permits the evolution of the next trait. So basically, it's like you evolve one thing and that allows you to get bigger, which allows you to do other things that allow you to get bigger, and it's like a snowball effect, where the bigger you get, the even bigger you can get after that. And so what's interesting is that the largest of the sauropod dinosaurs all seem to be approaching roughly the same kind of size ceiling. So with a ton of these guys, they're all kind of bumping their heads against the upper limit for maybe how big you can be as an animal on land. They're all the biggest sauropods of different families, whether they're titanosaurs, or diplodocids, or brachiosaurs, or mamenchisaurs. They're all within roughly the same kind of size envelope. It's not like you have one that's twice as big as all the others or anything like that. They're all very, very large, and they're all kind of approaching that same upper size limit, it seems. So anyway, that's true of our new guide, too. So let's get back to that. Yeah, we already kind of looked through the abstract that was mostly outlined in the press release there. So let's take a look at their maps. So here's a map of China right here. There's Chongqing right there. There's this basin, Tongnan Basin, and there is the fossil site. There we go. So we've got different ages of Jurassic rock in here. And then there's some Quaternary alluvium in there too on top. So I guess it was kind of nestled in among this Quaternary crud. But they were digging in Jurassic rocks just underneath that, it seems. And then here's that skeletal diagram. The parts in blue are the parts that they found. And they're lucky to have gotten these. With a super gigantic dinosaur like this, it's just about impossible to find the whole thing. Even if the entire dinosaur was there and died in one place, you have to dig a super enormous hole to be able to get all of the elements. And the chances that all of the bones were preserved in the first place 150 million years ago, those chances are practically zero. You would need an enormous amount of sediment to cover the entire carcass. And that very, very rarely happens. When we have complete skeletons of dinosaurs, they're usually smaller dinosaurs. Because you don't need a stupid amount of sediment to cover a small dinosaur. But for an animal the size of a whale, think about the amount of dirt, essentially, that you need to cover up that whole thing. That's why the super gigantic guys, very, very rarely do we find anything close to a complete skeleton. And this alone probably took years to excavate, just how big, based on how big the bones are. Yeah. So there's vertebrae. Got caudal chevrons right here from the underside of the tail vertebrae, and there's the scapula and coracoid, so shoulder blade of this dinosaur. And so that's 1 meter right there. So this shoulder blade, the scap, and the coracoid together are about 6 or 7 feet long. So this scapula right here, if you were to stand this on the ground and put it next to me, it would be almost as tall as I am. Which is nuts. That's an enormous bone right there. Yeah. Yeah. And Pumpkin the Cat's got a question. Dinosaurs with huge skulls like Tyrannosaurs, would they have had big brains too? So were they smarter? It is thought that Tyrannosaurus was probably on the smarter side for theropod dinosaurs. We can actually test that, though. We can test how big the brains are. Because you can look inside the skull at the brain case and figure out the shape and size of the brain. So this is a T-Rex endocast right here. A Tyrannosaurus brain. And it's decent size. I don't think I have any more. I need to reprint one of these. Tyrannosaurus brain. It's about this long. So it's longer than my brain, but not as wide. And we can tell certain things about the biology of the animal by looking at the brain. These huge olfactory bulbs right here are associated with the sense of smell. On a lot of animals, these are just like a tiny little nubbin, but on Tyrannosaurus, it's huge, which shows that this animal had an incredible sense of smell. There's the cerebral hemisphere, which is associated with thinking, more or less. That's fairly large for a dinosaur. Yeah. You've got the inner ear right here, a semicircular canal, and the angle at which these little tubes go around kind of tells you the natural inclination for the head. So, like, what's the default position for the animal's head while it's awake? It can kind of tell you what angle it held its skull at, which is really neat. And then you have things like the... Where is it? The ophthalmic nerve? There we go. This goes to the eyes. It's pretty big. It suggests the animal had a pretty decent sense of sight. Really good vision. Yeah, pretty neat. Again, this is called an endocast. So it's endo meaning inside the brain case. So it's a cast of the interior of the brain case that shows you roughly the shape and size of the brain. Yeah. And Mirth says, T-Rex brains look very crocodile-like to me, and crocs have a lot of complex behaviors. Probably smarter than most people think. I would agree. Yeah. And
the search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Tachi_glass_bender search has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. How was your stream? Hope it was really good. Here, speaking of dinosaur brains, show you a clip. Yeah, here we go.
Provide direct
It was good. Glad to hear it, Tachi Glassbender. I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome. And hang on, we just got a Ko-Fi donation, did we? Thank you, whoever that was. Willow, hey. This is really value your work and your approach. You bring the big joy and goodness. Thank you, Willow. Hey, I appreciate your generosity. Thank you very much for that. Sincerely, that's a big deal. I feel very appreciated, and I'm grateful. Thank you. Good stuff. Here. Yeah. I don't know if must have been very similar, but like it's a good starting point, I guess. What I'd be interested in is like what did the brains of early birds look like? Because birds are highly, highly specialized animals. A lot of people forget this. Birds also went through like a big evolutionary bottleneck at the end of the Cretaceous, where only a handful of bird species survived that asteroid impact and all the ensuing ecological devastation. The only birds that survived were generally small. They were ones that lived on the ground or in the water. They didn't have teeth. They could fly, so the ancestor of all of today's birds was volant. It could fly. And even flight itself is such a specialized behavior that, yeah, we lost a lot of like the weird bird diversity that existed at the end of the Cretaceous. And all of the birds that we have today, all of the over 9,000 species, are all descended from just a handful of other species. So birds today, despite looking very different from one another, they're a little bit more uniform than you might expect, and they're weird, specialized. So the alligator to bird brain comparison is not quite an apples to apples kind of comparison. It's yeah, there's some complexity there that I think should be explored. But anywho, yeah.
Hi. Are you paleontologying?
Lilosia, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says birds are more sight-oriented and not smell-oriented, as far as I know. You're correct. Yeah. Most birds don't have a very good sense of smell. There are exceptions like the turkey vulture, which has an otherworldly sense of smell. Like they've got crazy olfactory centers in their brains. They are some of the best smellers in the world. I'm not saying they smell the best, but they smell the best. But yeah. And they go clear bird. Yes, exactly. Yeah. And what are the earliest post-Cretaceous bird fossils that we have? Asked Pumpkin the Cat. I think that's things like Presbyornis, critters like that. Which I think is from the Paleocene, or it might be from even later than that. Critters like this. How early does Presbyornis go? Yeah, late Paleocene to early Eocene. Even the Cenozoic record for birds is not phenomenal. But, yeah. Oh, interesting. Wasatch Plateau near Ephraim, Utah. Huh.
Change in evolution. If extinction didn't occur, successful group would dominate and it would last forever.
Funny Bunny, thank you for the 9 months of support. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. It's good to have you here. We can still connect them back to dinos. Well, it's not a huge gap. It's what, like 10 million years or something? Pumpkin and Cat, so not enormous. But yeah, we have every indication that birds evolved from dinosaurs, but that evolution didn't happen after the asteroid impact, or even slightly before. It was way before that. So there we go. If we're looking at the Mesozoic era, the age of dinosaurs here, dinosaurs first evolved probably in the latter part of the Middle Triassic period, about 240 million years ago, something like that. Dinosaurs really take over the Earth at the beginning of the Jurassic. And then birds evolved from dinosaurs probably in like the Middle Jurassic period, probably about 160 million years ago, give or take. Something like that. And then birds continue to evolve alongside other dinosaurs until the end of the Cretaceous, 66 million years ago. So birds and other dinosaurs coexisted for almost 100 million years. And then at the end of the Cretaceous, that asteroid hits. And that caused the extinction not just of all of the non-bird dinosaurs, but nearly all of the birds, too. It's something like 95% of all bird species also went extinct during this time, when that asteroid hit. Birds barely made it out alive. Only a handful of species survived. And frankly, it's the same for mammals, for our ancestors, too. It's something like 94% of birds and 90% of mammals went extinct at that boundary. Yeah. Sea Creature, hey, thanks for the follow, thanks for dropping in there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Oh yeah. Anywho. So I hope all that makes sense. Yeah. And it says very precise. This still has not been published, so I'm waiting on this paper to come out. One of my friends at Berkeley is one of the authors on this paper. I need to ask her about when this is going to be published. But, yeah, I don't know if this is just data from North America or if this is worldwide. But this shows the general, like, percentages of extinction at the species level for all these different groups. So 92% of lizard and snake species, 92% of squamates went extinct at the KPG boundary, as opposed to only about 22% of turtles. Turtles actually did really well. Only like a fifth of them died out when we're talking about species. It's important to emphasize the difference between just raw numbers and species counts, because you could have 99% of a given species die, but a few individuals happen to survive, and then they're able to reproduce and their numbers get back up, and then they're fine. That species survives. But then you have another species that's completely wiped out. And it might be like a really slim difference between the two, but one species made it and the other didn't. So what we like to do is look at species counts rather than like abundance of specimens or something. Which species completely disappear from the rock record and clearly leave no descendants? And which ones clearly make it through and then they have descendants that appear in the fossil record afterward? This is talking about that. The number of species that go extinct. So, like, which kind, like, 90% of all the mammal kinds died out. 90% of mammal species died out. Maybe there were a few species that hardly any individuals died. They just cruised right through the extinction event. Maybe that's the case, but still 90% of mammal species died out. Completely extinct. So yeah, I'm really excited for this paper actually to come out, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Yeah. And it seems freshwater species did the best, says Murph. Yeah, where that's the thing, is that critters that are living in, say, swampy environments, like, say, in the Hell Creek Formation, at the very end of the Cretaceous period, all the critters that are walking around on land, if they're larger than, say, a dog, they go extinct. Because their environment is just completely destroyed by that asteroid impact, by the impact winter, like the sun being blotted out afterward, all the plants died. Many of the plants were also killed off by acid rain, or by, like, molten glass falling from the sky after the asteroid impact. But critters that are living in the water, in these swamps and bogs and rivers and lakes, they generally do pretty okay. Because what do you do if you're living in a swamp, or a bog, or a river or lake? You're usually feeding on just crud that falls into the water. You're feeding on other critters that are eating the algae, or other critters that are feeding on whatever detritus happens to wash in. You're kind of a... I'm not casting moral aspersions here, but you're kind of a bottom feeder, you know? If you're a freshwater organism in this environment. So that includes your salamanders, your turtles, your crocs and champsosaurs, and your freshwater fishes. These are critters that, you know, at the end of the world, they're doing pretty okay. You know? They can hide under the water. They can eat dead stuff that falls in. You know, it might still be a tough time for them, but they're not gonna die out. Like the guys who live in the forests and out on the floodplains are going to. You know, the big dinosaurs that eat smaller dinosaurs, or the birds that nest in trees, or the lizards and snakes that feed on each other and feed on insects and stuff that die out when all the plants die. Does that make sense? If you're a swampy guy, you might do okay, you might survive, you might even thrive after an asteroid impact. So yeah. Anywho. And let's see, we had a question from Crimson. Dromaeosaurus and a Displetosaurus. No, so that's Tyrannosaurus and a Caroraptor. And then you've got, I don't know who the turtles are there. Yeah. Long-tailed turtles. Not sure who that is. And I think those are Thescelosaurus in the background, behind the T-Rex. Yeah. Anyhow. And Shinken Gatsa says hello. Hello to you too. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I feel like photosynthetic algae and plants are still important in many water ecosystems, but maybe I'm mistaken. No, they definitely are. And that's why you still get some critters going extinct, you know? Still, 1/5 of turtle species dying out is still a lot, you know? That's more than you would expect. That's a lot of turtles meeting their demise. 22% of salamanders, that's still a lot, you know? 20% of crocs and champsosaurs, 40% of freshwater fishes. That's a real gut punch, you know? But it's not a fatal blow, if that makes sense. It's not like crocs went extinct, but they did take a hit there, for sure. Yeah. Anywho. And Renfield says, so that means we might have descended from the bottom feeders of the mammal world? Explains a lot, really, says Renfield. I mean, yeah. One thing that I wonder about is with this, with the 90% of mammals that died out, I want to know if this data is from North America or if this is global. Because there we go. At the end of the Cretaceous period, when that asteroid hits, it hits right here in the Gulf of Mexico, right along the Yucatan Peninsula. And yeah, my colleague at Berkeley, she's done a lot of work in Wyoming and Montana. And I kind of wonder whether these data come from Wyoming and Montana primarily. Because that's where we've got a lot of latest Cretaceous stuff is from this part of the world. It's one of the best records on the planet is from right here. And that's fairly close to where the asteroid hit. So there would have been tidal waves, tsunamis coming up here. And this is actually incorrect. Like, I would really wish they would change this. But this seaway right here should probably look closer to like... Probably look closer to this. So, asteroid hits right here. You would have had tsunamis going all the way up here and rushing into this area. This is still fairly close to ground zero. Like, you would have had molten rock falling over here. You would have had acid rain. You would have had the actual shock waves from the impact rushing through here too. Almost like a giant pyroclastic flow. This would have been a bad place to be. So it could have been that all of the mammals that lived here were completely wiped out. And that you would have had mammals come across the land bridge from Asia or something eventually to repopulate this area. It could have been that if you're on the other side of the planet from the asteroid impact, you would have been slightly safer than if you'd been right here. Like, maybe everybody over here just gets vaporized. We don't know. There's still a lot of work left to be done in this area. And, yeah. Wilganic says, can you contact the author to check the status? I'll probably talk to her in a couple weeks in person, so yeah. Anywho. And Toilet Gator says they call it the rat race. We probably evolved from little rat-like fellas. It all adds up. Yeah. Rat race.
Damn it. I can't believe it. Garkle?
I'm sorry.
I'm just sick of it. I'm so tired of this city. I am so tired of the rat race. You gotta keep it down, okay? I gotta work in the morning.
Mommy is looking very strong tonight. Mr. DeBarber, come on.
Fine. 20 across the board.
Yeah, you gotta talk to your landlord about that rat race.
That is my landlord.
A time-honored tradition. A noble pastime. The rat race. But yeah, our ancestors during the Cretaceous would have looked very rat-like. Things like, Zalamdalestes from Mongolia. This is something from the late Cretaceous period. Is this a placental or is it I guess it's a multituberculate. But yeah, these are guys that lived in the shadow of the dinosaurs and were very much on the menu for a lot of dinosaurs. The critter that's probably closest to the ancestry of primates around this time is Purgatorius. Yeah, here we go. Our earliest primate ancestors spread rapidly after dinosaur extinction. It's little rat-like, squirrel-like, shrew-like proto-primates like Purgatorius here. They were all over the place here. Here's two Berkeley alums. Well, Bill Clemens was a professor emeritus at Berkeley, and Greg Wilson is now at the University of Washington, but I think he was a Berkeley student. Yeah. So anywho, yeah. The ancestor of the primates, including us, probably looked a lot like this. Little Purgatorius. It's funny, people don't quite know how to reconstruct it. Did it look like this? Or like this? Or like this. I imagine them being fairly squirrel-like. Yeah. I think this is a Joshua Knupe illustration. Almost Blair Witch-esque. But there's a very frightened Purgatorius, or some kind of late Cretaceous mammal, being pursued by a dromaeosaur. Good stuff. You should follow PaleoStream. He streams here on Twitch, if you haven't seen him before. But, yeah, that's good stuff. Anywho. Yeah. Much love to the paleo artist. Exactly, Pumpkin the Cat. Anywho, we should get back to our new sauropod dinosaur. Get some water and we'll jump back into it. Here's some of the elements from the new paper. So not too much material from this critter, but enough to tell that it is a Mamenchisaur, it seems, and enough to estimate its size. My question when we're looking at an animal like this is, how do we know it's different from Mamenchisaurus, which apparently lived in the same time and the same place? These are both big sauropod dinosaurs. If you find a new one, the burden of proof is on you to show that it's actually different from other Mamenchisaurs that are already known from the same formation. So, in this paragraph, these two paragraphs are going to try and show how this animal is different. So, not to get too into the weeds here, but complex spino-post-zygapophyseal laminae and fossae of the dorsal vertebrae. Small vertical laminae dividing the lateral pleurocells of the dorsal centra. So these are all like specific bits of anatomy in the vertebrae. Different characteristics of the vertebrae there. It differs from Mamenchisaurus in various aspects. Due to the brief description of Mamenchisaurus anuensis in the published literature, the following comparisons are based on first-hand personal observation of its holotype. Interesting. So they're saying that the original paper in which this dinosaur was described, that description's not very good. So they had to actually go back and look at the original material from this animal to be able to point out differences between that and the new critter. Distal end of the scapular blade, so the end of the shoulder blade, is only slightly extended, and its exterior surface is concave in our new critter, Tong Nan Long, but relatively extended and with a flat lateral surface in Mamenchisaurus. The hook-like process of the scapular acromion is absent in Tong Nan Long, but developed in Mamenchisaurus. The acromial ridge is curved and extends dorsally above the clinoid, but is straight and extends posteriorly in Mamenchisaurus. Coracoid outline is relatively quadrilateral in Tong Nan Long, relatively subrounded in Mamenchisaurus. Sizes of dorsal vertebrae, scapula, and coracoid are all bigger, which indicates that Tong Nan Long is a large Mamenchisaur individually. So that does make me wonder if these are actually different animals. If they're different sizes, and you have different shapes, then I wonder if they could be ontogenetic differences. If they were identical in size, but different shapes, I'd be like, okay. I guess I'm more convinced that they're different. But that's the thing, is that as dinosaurs are growing and maturing, they're changing. So we see this really dramatically in dinosaurs like Triceratops. The changes the animal undergoes during its lifespan, we call
Ontogeny.
That ontogeny. To the point where it looks super different at different stages of growth. You would almost think they're different species. But no.
Ontogeny.
They just change a lot as they grow throughout their lifespans. Again, that's ontogeny.
Ontogeny.
Could that be what's going on here with this guy? It'd be nice if they could do some histological analysis, but that might be outside the scope of this paper. They did have yeah, they do have a fibula, which is sometimes pretty good for histology. Sometimes pretty excellent, actually. So yeah, it'd be nice if they could cut that and see how mature the animal is. But I do kind of wonder whether Mamenchisaurus is... I wonder if it's the same dinosaur, you know? They're saying it is a Mamenchisaur. It's a member of the same family, but a new genus. I don't work on sauropods. I don't work on Mamenchisaurs. So my opinion on this matter isn't worth very much. I'm not a specialist in this area. But I do wonder if it could be the same thing as Mamenchisaurus anuensis. Especially if the material there is kind of scanty. You know? Yeah. Lateral pluricells on the dorsal centra that are much more developed than in this other species of Mamenchisaurus. That could be an ontogenetic difference. Caudal neural spine is blade-like in Tongnan long. Well, it's rod-like in Mamenchisaurus onchuanensis. So, yeah, I don't know. I wonder. Anywho, here is a phylogeny that they've come up with, which is an evolutionary family tree. So they've coded a bunch of different characters in here, put that into a computer, and it spat out a family tree, and this is where it shows up there. So sister taxon to Jingiella, and to Mamenchisaurus, and Chuangiosaurus. Which is interesting. Huh. So anyway, pretty cool. They're going to try and estimate body size here based on the ratio of fibula to body length of Mamenchisaurus youngi and Mamenchisaurus hashwanensis and Omesaurus tianfuensis. The estimated body length of Tongnanlong, our new sauropod, probably reaches 23 to 26 meters. Possibly up to 28 meters. It is noteworthy that the body length could reach 33 meters based on the scapular data of Mamenchisaurus jingienensis, but these data are uncertain for the inaccurate body length of Mamenchisaurus jingienensis, known from an incomplete individual without complete vertebrae, series, and limbs. Yeah. Anyway, interesting stuff. So this Mamenchisaurid could be the largest one ever found. Pretty neat. Yeah. Cool stuff. So, welcome to the world. Tongnanlong. Brand new kind of sauropod. Just described from China. Pretty neat. Yeah. Good stuff. Invisibly Upset says differences in size and shape could be dimorphism as well. It's possible, although we've never been able to demonstrate strong dimorphism in dinosaurs. Like male-female differences. No one's ever been able to demonstrate that. So it could be like in birds, where they just don't have skeletal dimorphism, really. Apart from size. But yeah, it is something you always got to think about a little bit. Because it's always possible that males and females look very different from one another. They had different... Their skeletons would have been different. But so far, nobody's been able to prove that for any kind of dinosaur. Yeah. So anyhow. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. So, Tongnanlong. Complete. We've got our first dinosaur of our 4. 1 down, 3 to go. Next up on the agenda, we're going from a super gigantic dinosaur to a much smaller dinosaur. A Neornithischian dinosaur, also from China. All 4 of our dinosaurs that we're just talking about today are from Asia. 3 of the 4 are from China. Paleontologists have discovered what they say is a new species of early diverging Neornithischian dinosaur that was part of the Jurassic Yanliao biota in northern China. And look at that. We've got a gorgeous, complete skeleton there. From the skull nearly to the very tip of the tail. Preserved in one slab. Just exquisite. Look at that. You know? Yeah. Very, very cool. Again, they have such a wealth of incredible fossils in China. Just amazing. Named Pulausaurus Jinglong, this newly identified dinosaur species lived in what is now China during the Jurassic, around 160 million years ago. So again, this is around the same time that birds first evolved, like we were talking about earlier. The ancient reptile was part of the so-called Yanliao biota, a middle to late Jurassic ecosystem that included dinosaurs, mammals, amphibians, insects, and lizards, as well as plants. I mean, every biota during the Mesozoic included these critters pretty much, but yeah. The Yanliao biota is one of the most significant Mesozoic terrestrial Lagerstätte in China, with an age that ranges from 168 to 157 million years ago. It is comprised of fossil assemblages from the Zhulongshan and Qiaojishan formations, said Xu Xing, paleontologist with the Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology, the IVPP, in Beijing, and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Yunnan University, and colleagues. Xu Xing is a paleontologist who is extremely well known in China and outside China, too. Do I have a clip here? Let's see. I think I might. Let's see here. Where is that? Here he is here.
Millions of years. These magnificent fossils are in a state of almost perfect preservation, thanks to the mixture of extremely fine clay and volcanic ash sediment.
So this is another Lagerstätte. It's a German word for like a place where you've got extraordinary fossil preservation.
Volcanic eruptions killed the animal directly and they buried their body, so that's why we have so beautiful skeleton and I include soft tissue preserved. So that's why we come here.
Paleontologist Xu Xing and his colleagues from around the world can trace the chaotic history of flight and feathers in these rocks.
The feather preservation is really amazing.
Like detectives, they examine the clues to understand what feathers were used for.
I was trying to find a clip where Xu Xing goes into his office and he had all of these letters from school children saying like, you know, I think what you do is so cool. I want to be a paleontologist when I grow up. And I don't know if it's in this documentary or a different one, but it was really, really neat. And it kind of showcases just how important science is in China. Makes me very, very jealous as an American that, you know, science is being actively dismantled in our country by the federal government.
In all the world, there are fewer than 40
in China.
full-time dinosaur paleontologists.
Agent Orange, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Really appreciate that.
Agent
Holy cow.
Orange 32 just
Are
gifted
leading this
5
expedition.
subs.
Thank you very, very much for that support. I really appreciate it. Holy cow. And was that Don Shiming in that clip for the alert there? Because I think our new dinosaur might be named after him, right? No, never mind. That's a different one. see here. Here's Xu Xing in this video too.
其实，在保罗之前，我从来没有跟英国人交流过。
I've never spoken with a British person before.
It's the living person who has named the most dinosaurs. China's probably one of the best places in the world to go to for dinosaur fossils. For the last 20 or 30 years, they've been digging up tons of new material of some really bizarre and interesting dinosaurs that have had a massive impact on the subject.
这些化石对于我们理解这个地球生命的演化的一些关键的一些节点。这些化石
So Xu Xing says these fossils are important for us to understand
地球生命的演化的一些
some of the key points, eras, and events that reveal the evolution of life on
很
Earth.
重要。所以呢，应该说，现
It
在
should
中
be
国
said
呢已
that
经成
China
为
has
世界古
become
生物医学研究
a
的一个
hotspot
不仅
for
是个热
world
点的一些
paleontology research. Not a hotspot, it is becoming the hotspot for paleontological research around the world. It's the US held that mantle for a long time, and I think it's slipping out of our grasp. China is taking the lead.
But we really wanted to see two big museums out in Sichuan province, which are famous for their dinosaur fossils. In 1995, Sichuan felt like a very, very long way from home.
第一次见保罗的时候呢
When I first met Paul,
英国的绅士
I thought he was an English gentleman
英式的幽默
with an English sense of humor.
当时的印象。
That was my impression of him.
在你脑
So there's a stereotype in my
有
head.
一个固定的印象。
But when you're trapped in the same railway cabin as someone for 36 hours, it's amazing what you find to talk about. It was very clear that this was someone who thought a lot about what they said, who was a very modest individual, and that we would get on really well.
其实呢，我
I
注意
noticed
到
that
一
when
点
foreigners
呢，外
traveled,
国人在这旅游的时候呢，包括保罗
including Paul,
实际上他对中国
they had
习俗
often
的
done some
研究
research on China.
我要没记错的话，他
They
们
seem to
可
know
能好
some
像
popular dishes,
比较
such as
知道
Kung
有
Pao chicken.
鱼香肉丝、宫保鸡丁这样的菜。而且
I remember
他们
Kung
好
Pao
像
chicken.
我记得好像对宫保鸡丁还是
He seemed to like
挺
that.
喜欢吃的。
And I used to really quite like Kung Pao chicken, but after 5 weeks of eating it, it's actually a meal I cannot eat anymore.
It was a chance trip, but it changed
By the
both their
end of
lives.
this 2-3 week period where we were in each other's company the entire time, this had developed beyond just talking about work to a real friendship. Gave me a lot of information on Chinese dinosaurs that I was able to put into my PhD, and it also set the stage for a longer involvement with China, where I was visiting year on year, again and again, doing work with Xu and other Chinese colleagues.
我想这次旅行呢
I would say that this
应
trip
该说更加加深了我，或者说坚定
strengthened
了
my
我
determination
做这个古生物学
to
的
become a
或者做古生物研
paleontologist.
究的这样
He
一个
was a
决
grad
心。
student at the time.
而且呢
And focus on dinosaurs.
也让我近距离观察到
This trip
好的
allowed
学者应该
me
怎
to
么样做
observe
研究，
closely
应该有什么样的一个
how good a scholar should do
我想这些
research
呢对我来
and
说
what
呢
kinds
是
of qualities they should have.
非常非常重要的。
These are very important. So yeah. Anyway, Paul Barrett and Xu Xing. So, like Paul said in that video, Xu Xing is probably the living paleontologist who's named the most dinosaurs. So, very, very well-known researcher, and he is lead author on this new paper for this new dinosaur, Hulausaurus. Yeah. So Neornithischian dinosaurs are advanced so-called bird-hipped dinosaurs. When we say Neornithischian dinosaurs, we're usually talking about what we used to call hypsilophodonts. So small, beaky, two-legged, plant-eating dinosaurs. Kind of the equivalent of, like, deer nowadays. You know, they're creatures that their primary means of defense would be to run away. And some of them may have lived in burrows, too. But yeah, you know, little two-legged, beaky guys like this. They're not the most charismatic of dinosaurs. They're not necessarily the flashiest, the most impressive. They don't have the biggest teeth or the longest tails or the most showy headgear, crests, horns, frills, etc. but they're really important to these ecosystems. And in almost any dinosaur-bearing fauna, you will have small-bodied ornithischian dinosaurs like this. From little critters like Lasutosaurus, from the early Jurassic of South Africa, to critters like the king of the dinosaurs, Dryosaurus, from North America at the end of the Jurassic, to critters like Thescelosaurus, from the very end of the Cretaceous period in North America. These guys we actually have evidence lived in burrows. These are all Neornithischian dinosaurs like this. And they all share basically the same kind of body plan. Now we've got another one from the late Jurassic of China. So the total length of this specimen is approximately 72.2 centimeters, while its skull length is about 8 centimeters. Phylogenetic analysis places Pulausaurus at the base of Neornithischia, close to Agilosaurus, which is the earliest diverging Neornithischian, the author said. So this guy is pretty primitive. Agilosaurus is another one of these small two-legged beaky plant eaters. Basically like this. And our guy seems to be sister taxon, so the closest relative of Agilosaurus, which is the earliest member of this group so far. So yeah. Oh, again, when I showed Lasutosaurus earlier from South Africa, that's not a Neornithischian dinosaur. It's more basal than that. But I'm just trying to show you this kind of morphotype, this two-legged, beaky, plant-eating dinosaur like that. They've been around basically since the beginning of the age of dinosaurs, and they extended until the very end. So that kind of niche, that body plan, that way of being, has been around for the entire age of dinosaurs, essentially. They were doing something right, you know? So yeah, pretty cool. And they are cute. Absolutely, Golganek. Yeah. Good stuff. So, here is the new paper describing this critter. And thankfully, it is open access.
Access granted.
There's a link there in the chat for you, so you can follow along at home if you would like to. Good stuff. There you go, Carnithosaurus, oh no. And we love open access science, exactly, Casey. So far, we're 2 for 2. Both of our new dinosaurs published open access, which is really exciting. We'll take a look at this paper in just a second, but Kennedy 104 had a question. What was the most exciting find on the last dig? I can show you. We were talking about this a little bit yesterday, and then we got distracted. But, here we go. Shout out to Claire for putting this together.
That Ken found. Karen, can you maybe tell us a little bit about that? There was a particularly enticing little ungule there that our iguanodont dinosaur here, which again would look something like this. Yeah, beaky, plant-eating dinosaur. This is iguanodon here.
And so dinosaurs like iguanodon, we think evolved from earlier dinosaurs like Dryosaurus. You know, critters like this. Well, more likely from critters like Camptosaurus, which is around at the same time, but bigger, bulkier. These guys are on their way to like an iguanodon-like body plan, but they don't have some of those key characteristics yet, like the large size or the thumb spike that we have on dinosaurs like iguanodon. And so for our iguanodont that we were digging up in the Cedar Mountain Formation, whether or not it had a thumb spike yet is important stuff, because again, this is like, it's one of the things that iguanodontids rather are known for. I'll show you. Here's an iguanodon hand right here.
Welcome to another edition of Lifestyles of the Large and Extinct.
And Hallism, hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. There's the thumb spike right there on this iguanodon hand. This is the right hand here, so that's the thumb. So the thumb is just a big old cone-like spike right there that it's not flexible, there's no joint here, it's like a permanent dagger just sticking out of the animal's wrist, essentially. Does that make sense? So, our iguanodont, from the very beginning of the Cretaceous, from long before iguanodon, did our guy have a thumb spike or not? It's something we've been wondering about for years. The past 4 years that we've been working at this quarry, we've been wondering about that, and we haven't known one way or the other because we've never found a thumb. Until this summer.
Ours is what, like 20 million years older than this? Something like that?
Something like that.
Yeah. So these guys are famous for having, well, having what on their hand?
So they're famous for having these spike thumb on their hand, which is basically their thumb claw is like this big conical thing. It's a cone. We haven't really found much before for the hands for our guys here. We found yesterday, it needs some prep, so we might be wrong.
It's a field ID, field identification.
Yeah.
Not super confident yet, but could be.
But we think we found that claw for the thumb, what we call the first digit.
And what does it reveal? Thumb spike or no thumb spike?
And it is not a cone.
No.
Not a cone. Oh. There we go. Not a thumb spike.
A thumb spike.
Not a
Shoot.
spike.
So yeah, we've been wondering about that for a long time. Like, did these guys have the thumb spike yet?
Yeah. So we're thinking right now, probably no. Again, tentative. We gotta prep it and get a closer look.
Yeah.
Basically, what we have is what looks like, kind of the little claws. They're not really claws on these guys. They're kind of rounded.
And Hoot House live stream. Holy moly! Thank you for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Stream in their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Hoot House, I hope you had a great stream. It's good to have you here. How are the owls and all the other birds doing? Hope all is well. It's good to see you, Hoot House. Thanks for raiding in. Are you working on the cameras or something? Normally you've got like a 24/7 stream. But thanks for raiding in. I hope all is well. We were just talking about a discovery that we made just a few weeks ago in Utah. When I say we, I mean my crew. We were watching a clip about that. Let's jump back into it.
Well, again, tentative. We gotta prep it and get a closer
Windows
look.
updates. Gotcha.
Basically, what we have is what looks like, kind of the little claws. They're not really claws on these guys. They're kind of rounded.
Like a hoof sort of a
they're
deal.
rounded
Yeah.
and a little more hoof-like.
Yeah.
But they have one on each finger. But when they have it on the first finger, it's because it's held out like this, right? They kind of walk on like. Well, when you get to iguanodon, right?
Yeah.
It kind of walks on these 3 central fingers. And it's got this dainty little pinky that sticks
Right.
out and this chunky, like, thumb spike over here. So, but like these little hooves are all kind of just like straight.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So what she's talking about here is there we go. There's our iguanodon hand, like I just showed you our 3D print of. And so there you go. The 3 central fingers, those are actually contacting the ground. The pinky sticks out to the side, and then you've got the thumb spike there. So again, see that reflected in the 3D print right here. Again, this is the right hand, so thumb, index, middle, ring finger, and then pinky right here. So these ones have got almost like a hoof on each of these. These are contacting the ground, just like you see there.
When you find something like this, it may be something that's never been.
And Hashashlin, or no, Hashashin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. Lemmonmunkus says, what a strange way to walk. I mean, it makes sense when you understand that these are dinosaurs whose ancestors walked on 2 legs. So this is a work in progress. You know, their ancestors would have looked like this guy. Like Camptosaurus. And then the ancestor of Camptosaurus would have looked a lot like this guy, like Agilosaurus, like the new dinosaur that we're talking about right now. So, going from this to this to this, and then eventually you get to your duck-billed dinosaurs out of this same group. So, I mean, that's evolution in action, baby. It's so cool that we can trace these changes through the fossil record and watch these groups develop. So these guys become bigger and bulkier, and yeah, and they develop that thumb spike. But we're not quite there yet.
But
with
in
our dinosaur
things like
from Utah.
Camptosaurus, and like, you know, and others, you can have an ungule on that first digit that's like kind of twisted.
Yeah,
because
it's
the
got an
thumb is
interesting
sticking
morphology
out a
to it.
little bit.
Yeah.
But they're not really like necessarily putting weight down on it, so
Uh-huh.
it's not straight in the way that the other ones are.
Right.
So that's what we think that we're seeing, and that's
Right.
that's what the field idea is.
We need to
But-
actually get into the lab and get it cleaned. But yeah.
Yeah, it was. We're only seeing about half of it. There's
Uh-huh.
rock over the other half, so
Right.
we'll maybe we'll change our minds later. But for now, yeah, I'm excited, and we're finding some other little phalanges and hand bones, so we might actually be able to put something together for.
That'd be really exciting,
I'm
yeah.
Super excited about.
That is one of the things that we were really hoping for here is more manual material, more little hand bones. And we're starting to find them, it seems like, which is that's something to be excited about. Yeah. A few bits.
Good stuff. Thank you again, Claire, for putting together that short. That's great. Some of these are starting to get a ton of views. Yeah. Like, that one had 1.6 thousand views. This one has got 9.6 thousand. That's phenomenal. Like, this is great. It's
When I go
hopefully
to a
bringing new
museum,
people to the channel.
Are the dinosaur exhibits actual bone or are they replicas of the bone? It depends. Yeah. So at a lot of museums, especially bigger museums, they'll have actual dinosaur fossil skeletons on display. The way to tell the difference is usually pretty simple. Look at those bones. Do they have metal rods jamming straight into them? If they do, it's probably not real bone, because you don't want to do that to actual bones. You do that to a replica, you could just drill straight through them and it's fine. But if you have actual fossil bone, you usually have fossil holders around them. So you'll have a metal armature there, where all these like subtle metal pieces are there just holding the bone firmly but gently in place.
And so, this is one of these things that, let's see. I can show you in other videos like this.
Artists like a lot have.
There we go.
We have steel workers, we have blacksmiths, we have a lot of sculptors. You know, we have artists like a lot have an.
All of that is invisible to you as a visitor.
In this particular project, the biggest challenge probably has been the interaction of the two animals. A T-Rex standing over a Triceratops, it's basically right.
So here you've got a bunch of actual fossil bone and then a bunch of replicas, like casts of other bones or sculpted bones to fill in the gaps. Because this skeleton wasn't 100% complete, there are missing pieces. And so you can see some of those here at the end of the scapula, this first dorsal rib right there. The ends of these ribs are filled in with like cast or sculpted material.
Because if they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Jonathan, hey, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. It's great.
Animals. A T-Rex standing over a Triceratops, it's basically right on top of it, and to try and get the two skulls to line up, plus all of the other elements, and make it work was challenging in the fact that it's just so much going on.
So here's the part about the fossil holders.
The armature that holds
right here.
The real fossil,
See that?
we call the fossil holder, has, some people call them antlers, fingers, whatever you want to call them, but it usually consists of a piece of half round with...
Do we have any welders or metal workers in the chat right now? You know terms like this, half round, right?
So a piece of half round with pieces that are tapered, and they follow the contour of the bone very closely. It's got a
so this is
high percentage of real fossil, but where you see the white areas, those are generally cast materials that have been supplemented in. The ribs, there's white. And then, of course...
So you'll notice that the cast bones, the replicas, you could just put metal rods straight through them and it doesn't matter. That's what I was saying in this short right here.
Some people call them fossil holders or armature or antlers or fingers, but look for metal parts holding the bone. If you see those on a fossil mount, on a skeleton mount, it's almost certainly real bone. It's expensive and time-consuming and complicated to make those metal armatures, but you want to do that if it's real bone. So there you go.
I hope that makes sense. And got a lot of comments here. Yeah. This really makes me appreciate Twitch so much more, because on YouTube, so many of the comments are just utter dog water, just garbage. Like this person, the Dinosaurus story is completely a made-up story. And this person says, nope, always fakes. And then this other guy replies again, like the Dinosaurus story. I guess that's why it's important to put this kind of outreach on YouTube, but you'll always end up with people who, I don't know, who are very aggressively incorrect about things. It's frustrating, you know?
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
And Jonathan, thank you for the 3,000 bits. Holy cow.
Mr. Dinosaurus.
I appreciate that. And Jonathan, I really appreciate that. 3,000 bits. Thank you very, very much for that. That's extraordinary. I appreciate the support. This is my full-time job, believe it or not. So thank you for helping me pay the bills and continue this kind of outreach. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Yeah. But yeah. Local men yell at clouds, says Sebastianus. YouTube comments always have a bit of cursed energy to them. It's true, Petrodactylus. Reminds me of this from XKCD from years ago. The internet has always had loud, dumb people, but I've never seen anything quite as bad as the people who comment on YouTube videos. Yeah. Sorry, swear words in there. Well, it was a soundstage on Mars. Yeah. Anyway, big shout out to Claire Burr for putting these shorts together and helping me get this actual information out there online, so that maybe some people will benefit from it. But I don't know. What's the old phrase? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him think. Yeah. And there you go, Crimson. Yeah. And there you go, Otter Do It. How are you doing, Otter? It's good to see you. Welcome back.
And if dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this, living in the nooks and crannies of their world, and we wouldn't be here.
Yandira, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And there you go, Crimson. I try and keep things as family-friendly as I can here, like a strict no cussing rule. It helps keep me on the straight and narrow. Helps keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. And it keeps you from getting in trouble. So I like that rule, and I don't think I'm going to change it anytime soon. And there you go, Summer Days. I've heard the same thing. Yeah. Anywho, brand new Neornithischian dinosaur. Again, if you would like to read the scientific paper, it is open access here.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
And Dark Knight 404, thank you for the 53 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. 53 months is a long time. Thanks for helping keep me here online for that long. Beautiful. Yeah. And there you go, Casey. Yes. Yes. Anyway, we're not moving this from PG-13 to 8, from PG to 18. No, this is staying PG, Crimson Carnothoris. For now and into the foreseeable future, family-friendly paleontology streams, all ages appropriate. That's what we do. Let's take a look at this new paper. The middle to late Jurassic Yan-Liao biota is different from other contemporaneous fossil assemblages in that it lacks Neornithischian dinosaurs. Well, until now. Shoot. Here we report a new early diverging Neornithischian Pulaosaurus Qinglong, new genus, new species, from the Upper Jurassic Taojishan Formation of Qinlong, Hebei Province, northern China. So we've got 5 premax teeth on this critter, a small boss on the caudoventral corner of the dorsal ramus of the jugal. So we've got a bump on the cheekbone, a nuchal crest along the parietal,
wreaking his prehistoric fury on modern man and his puny machine.
and Olivia Hayes. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. The mantis has got 5 digits, so 5 fingers on the hand. Supraacetabular crest present on the ilium. So above the hip socket, you've got a bump. Parried aretinoids are gracile and leaf-like in form. Obturator process along the ischium is located near the pubic peduncle. Notch-like shaped obturator opening is present within the pubis. Robust fibular condyle. So it looks like we've got a lot of different features that make this a new critter. And given that it's from a new time and a new place, of course it's going to be new. So I buy that. I don't have any doubts that this is a new dinosaur. It makes sense. So the name of this dinosaur, Pulaosaurus, is derived from the Chinese pinyin for Pulao, a mythical creature resembling the Chinese dragon. Cool. And Geo Jim, hey, how are you doing?
2006 and their 17 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Geo Jim, how was your stream? I hope it was really good. What kind of geology discussion did you get up to today? I hope you had a lot of fun with it. Thanks for coming back. We are going over a brand new genus and species of dinosaur just published. This is one of 4 new dinosaurs we're going over on stream, all of which I missed when I was out in the field. So we're catching up today with 4 new dinosaurs. And, yeah, I'm having fun. It's been good. Our new dinosaur is Pulaosaurus. There we go. Would have looked something like this. Little beaky plant eater. About the size of a large dog, maybe. Yeah. Cool critter. Again, I think these guys don't get enough attention. These little beaky plant eaters. And look at how well preserved that skeleton is. Just bonkers. You got the whole thing right there. Look at that. Nuts. Yeah. Good stuff. Again, if anybody wants the paper, it is open access right here.
Access granted.
There we go. So let's take a look at some of this material. They've got a complete skeleton there. Gorgeous! Holy cow. Including a complete skull. It is crushed, so the mandibular elements are disarticulated, so the lower jaw is kind of crushed and skewed. So the shape of the presence or absence of external mandibular fenestrae is unknown. But we've got the rest of the skull. Look at that right there. So it is flattened. But here is a diagram showing each of these skull bones labeled like this. Frontals, prefrontals, nasals, premaxilla, maxilla, jugal, postorbital, palebral, It's all there, folks. Beautiful. And did they actually prep out some of the skull bones here? Or maybe they did that digitally? Nice. Check out those teeth. We've got 5 teeth in the premaxilla. So that's it's considered a primitive characteristic for a dinosaur like this to have teeth in its beak. So here's a skull of Hypsilophodon, a little 3D print that I have here. And this guy has still got 5 little premax teeth. Again, considered a primitive character state. Later dinosaurs from this group get rid of those premax teeth. But that hasn't happened yet in this guy. They've still got those teeth in front of the beak. And I heard that this guy is sister taxon to Agilosaurus, so it's going to put it way down low on the tree. So in our family tree here, it's going to be pretty basal. This is so nice. Look at that arm right there. Super well preserved. They did an excellent job prepping this too, it looks like. Removing just enough rock to be able to see the morphology without destabilizing things. Gorgeous. Some talent went into that. Some skill. There's a femur right there. Weird looking femur. So this is where it attaches to the hip. This has got to be the left femur. We're looking at it head on, I think. Anterior view. Yeah. Anyway, just beautiful. Ah, that's so nice. And there we go. Here's our family tree. So this spits it out in a big polytomy with all of these other guys like Agilosaurus, Lasutosaurus, Laquintosaura. But here we go. This is just, it's sister taxon to Agilosaurus right here. We don't have a massive polytomy, so that's a good thing. Nice. Reduced consensus tree from 572 most parsimonious trees, including 70 taxa and 380 characters generated by this analysis. Huh. If you're curious about how this sort of thing works, how do we generate family trees for dinosaurs? I'd encourage you to watch this VOD that I did, a stream that I did with Karen Poole a couple weeks ago, where we talked all about phylogenetics, about cladistics in the field. There we go.
And like having looked at these bones in the forelimbs, I can say, yeah, hadrosaurs have a much more long and thin forearm as compared to Iguanodon. Right, as opposed to robust.
Right,
so
yeah.
you can do
here we go.
figuring out how different species are related to each other evolutionarily. In other words, building these trees that I think Danny's about to show you, or just showed you.
So there's a link to that VOD right there.
I think we've got an Iguanodon one in here somewhere.
There is one in there.
Theropod.
So we were trying to come up with...
kind of like define and differentiate these pastas.
So Codali's surface texture is one.
So using pasta as like a little experiment here, we're going to try and classify these by coming up with different character states for them and deriving a family tree as like a proof of concept.
Okay,
With
so
that,
like
we need a,
Yeah, so like...
hollow or not.
Okay, lovely.
Yeah.
Only costs you one step, evolutionarily.
Okay. Nice, okay, yeah.
So yeah, so now what we're gonna do, like now I might actually go back like 60 taxa and like 600 some characters.
This is the big ornithischian phylogeny that you're working on right now?
Yep.
I mentioned that at the beginning of stream when I was over there, and that's really exciting.
Yeah. So you know, like I said, this is a very simplistic version of what we do, And yeah, I certainly could not calculate that thing by hand. That is stuff that computers are good at.
So anywho, this tree right here, they ran this, I guess, 572 times using a powerful computer, 70 different kinds of dinosaur, and 380 different characters. So there you go. Again, if you want to learn how this sort of thing works, we try to provide kind of a basic intro, me and Karen, in that VOD, so check that out. Yeah. Anyhow. And X Rikeret, hey, how are you doing? Hi to you too. Welcome, welcome. Anyway, we've got some other trees right here too. More phylogenetic trees. Some discussion. This is a long paper. This is very thorough. This is really cool. And, oh, really neat. So, actually looking at the structure of the throat in this dinosaur, they can do based on how well preserved it is. Super cool. They didn't even talk about this in the press release. Pulosaurus is likely to possess a non-laryngeal vocal source similar to Pinacosaurus, though the acoustic function is more primitive as its arytenoid processes are less prominent. The larynx of Pulosaurus possibly functions to modulate and enhance sounds, thus allowing Pulosaurus to communicate with more complicated sounds similar to extant birds. Very cool. So often it's really difficult to surmise what kind of vocal apparatus certain dinosaurs had because that sort of thing doesn't preserve very well. But in this animal, the small, delicate bones up inside the, like where the skull meets the neck, like the throat basically, those are there. The hyoenergeal apparatuses in different taxa within Archosaurian. Super, super cool. I do not know enough about this part of the anatomy, but I guess they're comparing sort of the vocal apparatus in these different reptiles here, going from a gecko up to a parrot. Pulosaurus is right there. Most similar to our ankylosaur here, I guess. Are these the hyoid bones in green? Green first pair of ceratobranchials. Black second pair of ceratobranchials. Right, I'm not even familiar with those terms. Huh. Super cool. Yeah. And very neat. Hey, check it out. Do you recognize that name, anybody? Filippo Bertozzo? That's Dyson Dinosaur here on Twitch. Right there, acknowledged in this paper. For providing critical and constructive reviews that drastically improved the quality of this manuscript. Very, very cool. So Filippo was one of the reviewers. Super neat. Again, big shout out to Dyson Dinosaur. Go follow him here on Twitch. He streams in English on weekends, doing paleontology streams, so check him out. But very, very cool. Oh yeah, and there, Dyson Dinosaur's there in the chat. I reviewed this paper, and I was astonished by the specimen when I saw it for the first time. I'm so happy it is published. It'll be a crucial specimen to understand the early evolution of ornithischians. This is super exciting, Filippo. Holy moly. Congratulations. Well, thank you for helping review this and get it out to the world. Congratulations to the authors. This is going to be really important. Like, oftentimes we've got, you know, we talk about new dinosaurs here on this channel, and it's like, oh, this one's cool, that one's cool. But here we have one that people are going to be talking about for decades to come. Like, this is going to be a crucial early ornithischian dinosaur. It'll help us to understand the early evolution of this group based on how complete that specimen is. I mean, just look at that. Bonkers. I want to print this out and put it on my wall, you know? Oh, man. I wish they would make the 3D files for this available, if they have them. I wonder if they scanned it yet. But yeah. I got the right time. Yeah, welcome back, Dice Dinosaur. That's funny. I saw your name in the paper before I saw your message in chat. But yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Very, very cool. So anyway, welcome to the world, Pulausaurus. Really neat. And we've already got a Wikipedia page for this critter. Pulau lizard. So Pulau is known in some early sources as Tulao and Pulau, Chinese dragon, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It is said in Chinese mythology that he likes to roar, and therefore he is traditionally depicted on top of bells in China, as used by the hook, and used as the hook by which bells are hung. Very cool. So there's this mythical creature there. And given that this new dinosaur, Pulausaurus, has got a vocal apparatus preserved, we can make some inferences about how it may have vocalized. This is a perfect namesake for it. This roaring Chinese deity, Chinese mythical creature, Pulausaurus. I love it. It's great. Very cool. Good stuff. And Jim is here in the chat. How are you doing, Jim? I hope you're having a good week. That's Utah State paleontologist Jim Kirkland. Right there in the chat, everybody. It's good to see you, Jim. Excellent. So anywho, Pulausaurus, we've got 2 dinosaurs left to go over. Both of them from Asia. Also from China, like our first 2.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And X Riker Red, thank you for the 100 bits there. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Wuding Lung Wuai lived in what is now Yunnan, China, around 200 million years ago in the early Jurassic. This reminds me of Massospondylus. And it looks like we've got some decent material here, including a skull, neck, forelimb. Oh boy. Good stuff. So, this is also in Nature Scientific Reports, so also open access. Yes. Good stuff. But Wuding Luang Wuai was a small to medium-sized non-sauropodid member of Sauropodomorpha. So this is a non-sauropod sauropodomorph. What we used to call a prosauropod. So these are... Oh, there's a lovely illustration there. Yeah. Early sauropodomorph dinosaurs. So they all look vaguely like this. Their descendants would be like the huge sauropods that we saw earlier, like when we were talking about Mamenchisaurus. But these guys would have evolved from the earliest dinosaurs, which were small two-legged meat eaters. Things like Eoraptor or Panphagia. The first dinosaurs to evolve walked on 2 legs like this. They were speedy little meat eaters. Eoraptor here may have also eaten plants. That's kind of debated. But yeah, point is, dinosaurs start off on 2 legs, and over time, the branch that leads to sauropod dinosaurs, they get bigger and bulkier. There we go. There's a little baby there. And there's an adult.
They're part of the reptile family tree, but are their own unique branch.
So this is Plateosaurus from the late Triassic period. This is the same general group of dinosaurs that our new guy is from, that we're talking about right now. And there you go, Mirror Space, me too.
Early giants, like Plateosaurus, can reach the new, taller food sources. Their stomachs can digest the tough conifer needles.
So you can see how this guy's walking pretty slowly.
And their sheer volume helps them maintain a higher body temperature day and night.
I'll see you later, Dyson Dinosaur. Thanks for being here. Congrats on the new paper, too. Being a reviewer on that. But you can see these guys get bigger and bulkier, and eventually they have to go quadrupedal, because they just get so large.
It's a winning formula that will herald a new age.
Yeah. So our new guy here. There we go. Looks a little bit similar to Massospondylus. At least in general shape of the skull and everything. This is later in time than Plateosaurus there. Yeah. Chinese non-sauropodan sauropodomorphs are known from the lower Jurassic Lufeng Formation in Lufeng and its neighboring areas, Yunnan Province. Lufangosaurus, Yunnanosaurus, Jingshansaurus, Xingxiulong, Yishaosaurus, and some other species. But Qianlong, which was reported from the lower Jurassic Ziliujing Formation of neighboring Guizhou Province, represents a recent discovery expanding our understanding on the distribution of the non-sauropodomorphs in China. But the discovery of our new guy, Wudingluang, Wuai, provides further evidence that the southwestern China sauropodomorph assemblage is one of the most taxonomically diverse and morphologically disparate in the pre-Toarcian early Jurassic worldwide, represented by various species from near the base of massopoda to non-sauropodid sauropodoforms. So anyway, in the early evolution of this group, it turns out we've got a bunch of different evolutionary experiments, a bunch of different early sauropodomorphs that are diversifying into different species and genera, and all kind of doing their thing, and then they disappear and get replaced by sauropods later on. The specimen is a partial skeleton, including the skull and the mandible. Really important to have the skull. Atlas axis, which are the first vertebrae. 3rd to 10th cervical vertebrae. 1st to 7th dorsal vertebrae. Dorsal ribs, right scapula and coracoid, right forelimb, including humerus, ulna, radius, and manus, hand, the paleontologist said. The fully coossified cranial elements and completely closed neurocentral structure of the vertebrae demonstrates that the specimen is probably a mature individual. Maybe. Again, fusion of these elements is not the best indicator of maturity. Ideally, they would do histo on this, but someday. Wudingluang represents the earliest diverging and stratigraphically oldest sauropodomorph dinosaur discovered in East Asia so far. Really exciting. This is the oldest one of its kind in East Asia at present. It's placed as an earlier diverging sauropodomorph than Massospondylus and Sauropodoformes. So it's more primitive than Massospondylus, it seems like. Huh. Interesting. So here's some interesting paleobiogeography. The close phylogenetic relationship between Wudingluang and Plateosauravus from South Africa and Ruelea from the Triassic of Germany indicates that the dispersal of early sauropodomorphs in East Asia either occurred at least in the Ratian, 206 to 201 million years ago, or just happened around the Triassic-Jurassic boundary. So when we're trying to figure out when different groups of dinosaurs arrive in certain areas, we have to look for like the earliest occurrences. And now we've got a new earliest occurrence here in East Asia. So I think it pushes back the, it places earlier in time the dispersal of this group, which is really cool. The discovery of Wudingluang raises the question about the association between the distribution of the East Asian non-sauropodan sauropodomorphs and the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event. Very cool. So again, this paper is open access. There we go.
granted.
If you'd like a link to it, it is right there. Excellent. Oh, and Xu Xing, who we talked about earlier, is also an author on this paper, too. Remember we said he's probably the living paleontologist who's named the most dinosaurs? Here's another one to add to that roster. He's an author on this paper, too. Very cool. Good stuff. So, again, here's that lovely figure that we saw in the press release there. So here's a reconstruction of the overall shape of the animal based on the bones that we have. Pretty similar to dinosaurs like Massospondylus, critters like this. But maybe not super closely related to Massospondylus? Huh. Yeah. Interesting. And there is that skull. Weird shape to it. I guess we're missing where the premax meets the nasals right there. So it's giving it kind of a bizarre shape. Almost like a boxier shape. But I bet you know, this may have broken off prior to burial or fossilization. Or maybe they dug through it, who knows? But yeah, I don't think that's actual morphology. I think there's just a piece missing right there. Yeah, this whole part is all chunked up. Nasal? Question mark? Prefrontal? Question mark? Huh. The skull is somewhat damaged, caused by lateral crushing. But just having a skull is really, really cool. But without a skull, it would be more difficult to diagnose this dinosaur, for sure. And they're saying it's clearly distinguished from other non-sauropodoform sauropodomorphs by several features. I don't know enough about early sauropodomorph dinosaurs to be able to have a strong opinion on whether or not this new taxon is valid, but we'll assume it is. I'm feeling charitable. Really cool. No chance of a beak? Not on these guys, Smay. No. I don't think sauropodomorphs really develop beaks. I think that may have been suggested for Riojasaurus at one point, but I don't know if that's held up. Riojasaurus. There's the skull right there. Yeah, I don't think this guy is thought to have had a beak. Ramphitheca. Yeah, I don't think so. Anyhow. And here is a phylogeny that's also got that time element to it, which is really cool. So here's our new guy, Wu Ding Luong. Right there. About the same time as Ankylosaurus and Lufongosaurus. And it does seem to have a different morphology to its hand there. This is a really cool figure. I like this a lot. Good stuff. Huh. I love that these are color-coded according to which continent they're from, too. Neat stuff. Very neat. What's interesting is that, like, these early dinosaurs, they all look so similar to one another. Because they've only recently diverged from the common ancestor of all dinosaurs. So, like, Eoraptor is going to look very similar to Panphasia. This little guy. lots of different ways to portray it. Which is going to look pretty similar to dinosaurs like Saturnalia. There we go. Yeah. And it's only over tens of millions of years that they start to really diverge, to really start to look very different from one another. At first, dinosaurs were kind of a minor component in their ecosystem. They were probably more generalists. And then later on, after the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, when all of these other guys that dinosaurs had to deal with, there we go. When nearly all these other critters go extinct and dinosaurs kind of have things to themselves, then dinosaurs start to diversify, really specialize in different ecologies, and really start to look way, way, way different until you get the extreme morphological diversity that you get in the late Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. So yeah. Anywho, cool stuff. Really neat figure here. But yeah, a lot of these guys probably would have looked very similar. You didn't have a crazy diversity of dinosaur morphotypes yet in the Triassic and early Jurassic. Later on, they would really go nuts with that. Oh, cool stuff. So again, there's the paper. Welcome to the world, Wuding Luong. We've already got artwork of it that people have produced. Not the biggest sauropodomorph, but it's gonna be an important one, I think. What a cool animal. And what a beautiful fossil specimen, too. That's awesome. So 3 of our 4 new dinosaurs are from China. Our 4th one, also from Asia, but from just across the border in Mongolia. Paleontologists have identified a new species of dromaeosaurid dinosaur from an almost complete articulated skeleton found in the 2000s in Mongolia. Sri Rapax. Some of you might know the name Sri Devi. I guess shares its name with an actor from South Asia. Cool. Sri Devi is a dromaeosaur, also known from Mongolia. This new one is Sri Rapax, so a different genus in the same species, these authors are saying. So this is a small kind of velociraptor-like dinosaur, a member of Dromaeosauridae, the same family as Velociraptor. Lived in the Campanian stage of the Cretaceous period, between 75 and 72 million years ago. Based on several derived features of its skull, vertebrae, and skeleton, the species is referable to a group of bird-like dinosaurs called Dromaeosaurids. Named Sri Rapax, it is the 2nd species in its genus. The other species, Sri Devi, was described in 2021. And Andrea Cow is lead author. Cool. Along with troodontids, dromaeosaurids are universally recognized as the closest relatives of birds among dinosaurs. An almost complete skeleton of Sri Rapax was likely found in the Jajokta Formation of Mongolia. What do we mean, likely found? Is this another one of those critters where it was smuggled out of the country? Oh boy. Deathsaurus says the skeleton was stolen, sold to some rich guy. The fossils returned years later, but skull is missing. Oh boy. Okay. Interesting. Oh boy. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jim. Oh, editorial here. Interesting. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, okay, okay. Who wrote this? What's our byline here? Maybe it's anonymous? Huh. Thank you, Jim. We'll take a look at this after we look at the paper. And Reagan Nation, thank you for gifting Jim a subscription there. He won't have to watch any ads for the next month.
Reaganation gifted 6
Appreciate
months
that,
of tier
Reaganation.
1
Thank
to
you, thank you.
Jim. They've gifted
6 months?
316 months in the channel.
Holy cow, Reagan Nation. Jim, you won't have to watch any ads for 6 months now. When I'm back out there at Lori's site in September, you'll have an uninterrupted viewing experience whenever you want to tune in. No ads for Jim. That's great. And Jim says, Cooper, keep scrolling down. Oh, okay. There we go. Jack A. Cooper. Okay. Science communication editor at Historical Biology. Gotcha. Cool, cool, cool. Thanks, Jim. Yeah, we'll take a look at that when we, after we go through the paper. Yeah. Critter has exceptionally robust hands. The most unusual feature of Shri rapax is the exceptional robustness of the hand, the researcher said. In particular, when scaled to the same length, all elements of the pollex are approximately 150% transversely more robust than the homologous elements in other Digiocton dromaeosaurids, and proportionally stouter than any other known dromaeosaurid. So this critter's got beefy, powerful hands. But why? We suggest that frequent interactions with the ceratopsians, that's our horned dinosaurs, some of which didn't actually have horns, but critters like Protoceratops here, which is also from the Digiocta formation. Maybe these guys are grabbing our Protoceratops here, or something. That's what they say here in the press release. Interesting. We suggest that frequent interactions with the ceratopsians, combined with active anti-predatory behavior by ceratopsians, could have promoted the evolution of more robust forearms and stockier hands among some Digiocton velociraptorines. If we assume that Shri rapax shared the predatory behavior of its close relative Velociraptor mongoliensis, the more robust proportions of its hands imply that it was better adapted to target larger and more robust prey items than those usually preyed on by Velociraptor. Interesting. So what they're referring to here is this remarkable fossil, where a Velociraptor and Protoceratops are preserved together. They died locked in combat. I suspect that this is probably a burrow collapse. We've got a lot of Protoceratops skeletons that are kind of preserved, complete, intact, in articulation, all the bones are together, in life position, and they're just kind of like sticking up like a missile about to come out of a tube. So, let's see. We might even have an illustration or a photo of this. Or maybe not. Shoot. But anyway, these guys were probably burrowing, like we have evidence for in Leptoceratops too. And that's one way that you could get these two dinosaurs preserved together like this, in articulation, locked in combat. They both died together. If, say, that Velociraptor clambered down into the Protoceratops's burrow, they're fighting, they're jostling around, and then the burrow collapses on them, killing them both. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, this is the direct evidence that critters like Velociraptor interacted with and probably hunted Protoceratops. The forearm of the Velociraptor is locked in the Protoceratops' jaws right here. So, yeah, maybe having stronger arms is a way to prey on these guys more effectively. It's kind of what these authors are suggesting here. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Dune collapsed on them, says Jim. Oh, if it was a burrow inside of a dune, then yeah. Yeah, for sure. I don't buy the sand avalanche idea like they show in Dinosaur Planet. Just because I don't know of any instances of that actually happening, like, in real life. I think a burrow collapse makes a lot more sense for preserving them together like that. But I don't know, you know? Yeah. But I could totally see that being a burrow inside of a sand dune. They're fighting inside and the roof just caves in on them. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. You build tunnels for your Protoceratops exhibits in Prehistoric Kingdom. Very cool, Deathsaurus. Yeah. Yeah. So again, the classic explanation for that is, here. Hmm. Pretty small dude in the animation, says Jim. Yeah, I know, right? Hmm. Anywho. Hmm. Sure. I don't know about this. I do wonder about that. I feel like a burrow collapse is a more parsimonious explanation than a, like, sand avalanche like that. But again, I'm not a geomorphologist. I don't study dune collapses. Who cares what I think, you know? It's easier for me to imagine a burrow collapse than an avalanche of sand, you know, engulfing these animals while they're fighting. We already have evidence that Protoceratops lived in burrows, that they dug burrows, may have raised their young in burrows, potentially. It seems like less of a stretch to imagine just a simple collapse of one of those when a predator gets in there and they're jostling around than, like, a dune collapsing and just having to bury them perfectly like that. But, again, I don't know. So, yeah. Yeah. Well, no, that's the thing, diatoms, is they weren't eaten. They were preserved without scavenging or predation. Yeah. But anyway, good to see you, Diatoms Attack. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our new dinosaur. Sri Devi. So the paper is in historical biology, which... Oh boy. Do not sell my personal information. Confirm. And I don't think I have access to this paper. Shoot. Not sure what's going on with this website too. It's kind of freaking out here. There we go. Historical biology. It says free access. Oh, there we go. Yes! For once, historical biology is giving us an open access paper.
Access granted.
Here's a link to it right here. Yeah. Excellent. A new bird-like dinosaur from the Upper Cretaceous of Mongolia with extremely robust hands supports niche partitioning among velociraptors. Very cool. So this critter's got big beefy hands. Maybe that shows a difference between it and close relatives. Again, that is presuming that the specimen is legit. This was a commercial specimen, so there's always got to be some doubt there. Like, what was going on with this? Any specimen that's sold on the black market, you have to ask yourself if it's been tampered with, you know? So the dromaeosaurid specimen here and described is illegally poached before 2010. They don't even know what year. And remained in private collections in Japan and England before being acquired by the French company Eldonia. The skull and the first 4 articulated cervical vertebrae were separated from the rest of the material and scanned at the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences before being returned to the owner. At the time of submission of this manuscript, the location of the skull and the first 4 cervical vertebrae is unknown. So the skull is gone. What the heck? A cast of the lost material is printed using the scan data obtained in 2016 and included in the material associated with the specimen. The rest of the specimen was only superficially prepared before it arrived in Belgium, where additional preparation was carried out under supervision of PG. Who's that? That would be one of the authors. Based on the documents associated with the specimen, it is referred to the Jurgata Formation, and probably from the Ukatolgod locality, along with the holotype of Halskaraptor. So we don't actually know 100% where it's from, or when it's from, because of that. Interesting. I wonder if there could be fossil pollen in the Matrix that you could use to potentially track down provenance for this. Huh. So that is unfortunate. But here's the skull, or at least here's a 3D print of the skull when it was scanned. The original skull is now missing, apparently. Some wealthy person's private collection, I'm sure. Yeah. And holy cow, Trisha Hirschberger, thank you for the raid. I don't know why the alert is taking so long to fire, but welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. We were talking about a brand new kind of dinosaur just published while I was gone in Utah, while I was on my own dinosaur dig. We missed this guy, and so we're talking about it now. But Trisha Hirschberger, it is wonderful to have you here. How was your stream? Looks like you're doing something called Tales of the Shire. Well, we're doing Tales of the Shri right here. This new dinosaur is called Shri Rapax. S-H-R-I is the genus name. Shri Rapax. Right there. From the same genus as Shri Devi, which is described in 2021. Cool stuff. Yeah. Anyway, for anybody who's new, my name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I do paleontology here on Twitch. Digging up fossils live in the field like we were doing a couple weeks ago in Utah, or going over new scientific papers, answering viewer questions, interviewing other paleontologists, doing 3D printing. Here's an Allosaurus claw that I printed earlier. And there's the alert. There we go. Thank you, Trisha Hirschberger, for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any questions. And I think without further ado, we might call forth an old friend of ours. Somebody we called Previously Recorded Danny. To kind of introduce you to the channel and just tell you what this is all about. So thank you again, Trisha, for the raid. Really, really appreciate it. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you've got in just a couple minutes. But first, hang on a second. We're going to bring in Previously Recorded Danny to tell you a little bit about who I am, what this channel is all about, how in the world a paleontologist ended up here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So without further ado, Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. But how in the world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out.
When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
movies. And they said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs.
For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020.
One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that.
Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did.
And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction.
I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online.
All right, friends. So we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home
where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are.
This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. And I'm so happy to be able to do so.
It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you can afford it, by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful.
So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny.
This drawer contains
Lunacy Stars.
all of the
Thanks
North
for the follow.
American identified specimens of Troodon.
Thank you, Trisha Hirschberger, for that huge raid, and thank you, Fedorasaur, for the raid, too. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hope you had an excellent stream, Fedorasaur. It is good to see you here. I'm excited to share this brand new dinosaur with you. Shri Rapax is the name of this critter. I think Shri that name might be derived from Mongolian mythology. This dinosaur is from Mongolia.
There is the skull right there, which is currently missing. They have a detailed scan of the skull, but given that this was a commercial specimen...
Hey, a dinosaur!
Thank you, Fade5, for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Given that this was a commercial specimen, it was in private hands, it is gone missing. And so they've got digital files of the skull, and they've got the postcrania. So most of the neck, the rest of the body, but the anterior part of the neck and the skull are now missing, which is disappointing. Very disappointing. Yeah. So following articles of the 4th edition of the ICZN, the International Code of Zoological Nomenclature, that's like the code book that, here we go. That outlines what we can, well, how we name different animals. One of the articles in there says that you can only diagnose a new species based on features which can be directly checked on the preserved postcranial skeleton. So they can't name it based on things on the skull because the skull is now missing. Even though they have a great scan of it, if they don't have the original material in hand, they can't use that skull to diagnose this new species, so they can only use the rest of the skeleton. In order to exclude any spurious features due to some misinterpretation of the photographs and scan data of the unprepared material, which could not be falsified without the original specimen. So good on them for doing that, but yeah, shoot. Gorgeous preservation on the rest of the skeleton. Look at that tail. And look at those bony stiffening rods in the tail right there, those ossified tendons. Just incredible. Yeah, good stuff. Look at that arm. Short and really robust. Dante Bogdan, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Look at those hips right there. There's the acetabulum where the femur fits in. Pubis, ischium, ilium. Nice. Gorgeous fossil. It's a shame that we don't know exactly where and when it came from, given that it was illegally smuggled out of the country. It was stolen from Mongolia. It was on the black market. I'm glad this thing has been scientifically studied, but man, that's frustrating. Think about how many other important specimens like this are just...
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared.
Biz the artist, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Think about how many other incredible specimens like this will never see scientific study because they're just on some rich person's mantelpiece after having been purchased off the black market, you know? Yeah. Anywho, Shri Rapax. There we go. Interesting. And now an editorial from the journal Historical Biology. Let's look through this real quick because this deals with some important issues in dinosaur paleontology. I'll go through and I'll annotate it, and you can ask whatever questions you'd like, all that good stuff. Few fossils capture the imaginations of paleontologists and the public alike quite like a truly exceptional dinosaur specimen. Some examples include such fossils like the almost complete Tyrannosaurus rex specimen known as Sue, which was discovered on this day, August 12th, 1990. And the holotype of the Ankylosaur borealipelta. Some of you have surely seen this. There we go. This incredibly well-preserved Ankylosaur. This got a ton of media attention for how well-preserved it was. Just exquisite. It almost looks like the animal just lied down and went to sleep. You almost want to talk in whispers around it so you don't wake it up, you know? But yeah. So Boreala pelta, a three-dimensional fossil with skin so well preserved it indicates coloration adaptations. One particularly popular group of dinosaurs are the dromaeosaurs. Feathered and bird-like, often called raptors, which have some truly exceptional fossils of their own. These have included specimens with a digestive tract preserved, specimens with clear feathers preserved, and even winged taxa such as Microraptor that point toward the link between non-avian dinosaurs and modern birds. But now a new study in historical biology is making waves by describing a new dromaeosaur specimen that is not only exceptionally preserved, but has quite a striking story from even long after its death. In 2010, a remarkable dromaeosaur fossil from the Upper Cretaceous Dejacta Formation of Mongolia was illegally poached. The smuggled specimen changed hands several times in the subsequent years, being held in private collections in Japan and England. A French company would then acquire it, with the skull and first four vertebrae being scanned at the Royal Belgian Institute of Natural Sciences in 2016, before being returned to the private owner and disappearing from public records. So here's the thing here, is that people must have known that this fossil had come from Mongolia, or maybe China, but fossils from both Mongolia and China are... You can't sell them outside the country. That is super illegal. Those fossils belong to the people of those countries. You cannot remove them from those countries and sell them on the black market. That is very much against the law. And these private owners must have known that and just not cared, I guess? I don't know. But yeah. All that remains of the lost material are conducted scans, but thankfully printed casts of this material and the rest of the specimen were returned to the Institute of Paleontology and Geology at the Mongolia Academy of Sciences. Using this material, Léa Montreuil and colleagues have now revealed that this incredible fossil belongs to a new species, making the holotype of Shri rapax. Alongside print casts of the missing skull and vertebrae, the recovered specimen consists of an intact vertebral column, articulated pelvis, and both sternal plates. This alone makes it an extraordinary fossil, but the true standout was the specimen's hands. These hands were extremely robust, with a sickle-shaped claw and stout pollex, first digit, it's the thumb, proportionally larger than in any other known dromaeosaur. The authors conducted morphometric analyses on the specimen, comparing its tail and limb proportions to other dromaeosaurs, and found it to be a clear outlier, particularly in forelimb robustness. Phylogenetic analyses further placed the specimen within the subfamily Velociraptorinae, so a close relative of the famous Velociraptor, as a sister taxon to Shri Devi. However, several distinguishing features like the forelimb robustness indicate it is a new species, named by the authors as Shri rapax. With a robust forelimb, the authors interpret that Shri rapax likely engaged in prey capture or feeding behaviors distinct from its close relatives. This would indicate that the new species occupied a unique ecological niche compared to the raptors of the time, highlighting the specimen as increasing the ever-growing diversity of non-avian dinosaurs in the fossil record. While the holotype of Shri rapax clearly has ecological importance, it looks different from other dromaeosaurs. It's got big, beefy forelimbs. That probably tells us something about how this animal used those, how it would have hunted. That's important. There's a second important message this specimen is telling us scientists. One on the importance of new and unique specimens being publicly available for study. Shri rapax is, in short, a smuggled fossil that has changed hands privately several times before being returned to its country of origin and is being kept in a public repository where future scientists can continue to study it. A debate has raged in the scientific community when it comes how to handle fossils in private collections. Some have suggested that describing specimens in private collections is scientifically unethical. So Emily Rayfield and others in 2020 argued this. While others have called for professional scientists to work directly with private collectors to describe the specimens so they can be part of the scientific record. That was Hogg et al. 2020. Nevertheless, there are undeniably ethical issues with important fossils such as Shri rapax remaining in private collections. Indeed, the original skull and first four vertebrae likely remain in private hands. Either they do or they've been lost or destroyed. So, yeah, we can safely assume they're almost certainly in private hands. Specimens such as this being poached from their original countries to private owners and generally wealthy Western countries can lead to distortion of the fossil record, with a notable bias toward Western Europe and North America. Moreover, so what they mean there is that the fossil record of places like Asia, Africa, South America, what you might call the global south, the fossil record there is not going to be as robust as it is in Europe or North America, because the fossils in those countries are not as frequently smuggled out as they are in places like Asia, South America, and Africa. The Gem GM, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah. Moreover, a particularly glaring problem is the lack of availability to scientific study when fossils are sold to private individuals for commercial interest, rather than maintained in public trust for scientific value. The buying, selling, and trading of exceptional fossils among private, often wealthy individuals is a lucrative business, and has recently been deemed the greatest challenge to paleontology of the 21st century. That must be Ken Shimada. 2014. Working directly with private collectors has led to important fossils being donated to public repositories and described, such as an exceptional jaw specimen that represents the holotype of the ancient white shark Carcharodon hubuli. However, when such fossils are sold to private collectors over public museums, sometimes for millions of dollars, these fossils often vanish from record and thus cannot be studied by the scientific community. In paleontology, fossils are fundamental units of data. Data need to be reproducible in science, something that is impossible if important fossils are not publicly available. That's a good point. Reproducibility is one of the cornerstones of science. So when we're studying things, we need to be able to make those data available for scientists in the future. Science is all about reproducibility. Can you replicate the finds that other scientists have made? Because if you can't, maybe they made a mistake. Maybe there's something they missed. Maybe, in certain circumstances, they even did something really fishy, you know? In science, we need to be able to verify things. We need to be able to check. We need to be able to rerun these tests to make sure that they're legit. And you can't do that with fossils if they're in private hands. Because if a fossil isn't reposited in a museum, if there's no guarantee it'll be there 10 years, 15 years, 50 years, 100 years after the fact, then how can people go back and check your work, you know? If a fossil is in a private collection, it might entirely disappear, like it did in this case with the skull of this animal. Private ownership is, let's face it, squirrely. Things in private collections go missing. They get lost in estate sales or in fires or in divorce hearings or whatever. The specimens get sold. They get given away. You can't do that with stuff in museums, you know? In a museum, the fossil has to remain there in the collections for as long as that museum exists. And if it's a proper museum, they have agreements with other museums so that if that museum goes out of business or folds for some reason, all of their collections need to go to another place so they will be held in the public trust in perpetuity. You know, as a wise man once said, that belongs in a museum. And that's because museums allow for continuity. You can go and look at the original Megalosaurus jaw that was collected way back in, it was described way back in 1824 by William Buckland. Here we go.
Function to kill.
And his art.
So,
we're just being invented. A few pioneer anatomists and dedicated amateurs began finding a few teeth here, a couple of bones there. that they recognized as clues to the existence of a world far older than anyone had imagined. One man, William Buckland, was the first dinosaur detective. He had just one clue, a gigantic tooth which he acquired in 1817.
Oh, a tooth attached to a jawbone.
What sort of animal did such an enormous tooth belong?
So this is the actual
No such
specimen right
creature
here.
or teeth that
I
size
think.
exist
This doesn't
today.
look like a cast.
Buckland had a tooth, but nothing else. Nothing
So
to compare it with.
this was the first dinosaur ever named, Megalosaurus. He named it in 1824. That's 201 years ago this year. You can still go to the museum in Oxford and study this jaw. It's been there ever since. Or I don't know when it actually arrived in the collections at Oxford, but it's been there since it arrived. For over 100 years. That kind of continuity is extremely important to science. This was in a private collection for a while. I think it may have actually belonged to William Buckland, and then he brought it to the museum, and it's remained there ever since. And I actually emailed the museum in Oxford, because I know that they 3D scanned this, and I asked for those files. And, there it is right here. I have a cast of this, or a 3D print, rather. An exact copy of the real thing, based on, 3D scan data that they took. And that's really neat. And now I can share it with all of you, because this was in a museum for all of these years. It's because of that continuity that museums allow for that I can present this to you now. I think that's really, really cool. So, from Buckland until the present. How neat is that? That's what we're talking about here. Yeah. So, with regard to dinosaurs, it was recently found that there are more Tyrannosaurus rex specimens in private collections than in public trusts, with many of the privately owned specimens being sold for millions, and just 11% of these specimens being donated to public repositories. Indeed, even the famous Sioux specimen was the subject of a series of legal battles in the 1990s regarding ownership spanning both public trusts and private collectors. Ultimately, fossils must be available to scientists if they are to contribute to our knowledge of prehistoric life. The placing of private specimens into public museums would be an ideal way to do this, with studies such as Mutriel et al. 2025, that's our new dinosaur paper, highlighting the ecological insights we can gain from such specimens. We as paleontologists will need to work collectively and hard to combat the growing commercialization of fossils and drive a new perception among private collectors that the scientific significance of fossils outweighs their monetary value. Hear, hear. I agree with that. Thank you so much, Jim, for sharing that editorial with us. And again, here's a link if anybody wants access to it right here. There you go. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Deathsaurus says they have no monetary value if we don't even know what it is. That's true. Private collectors are benefiting from the work of paleontologists. We uncover dinosaur fossils, we clean them and study them and publish on them. That creates public interest in dinosaurs, which in turn makes these things valuable on the black market, and on the gray market, and on the open market too. So yeah. Anywho. But, yeah. And Little Pink Pony says, Danny, how can they accurately describe them if they don't even know where and when it came from? They're kind of making assumptions here about where and when it came from. So, in this paper, they presume that it comes from Mongolia, from the Jajacta Formation. So, I don't find that a big stretch. I mean, the preservation of the bone and the color of the matrix and everything seem consistent with that, with other fossils that I've seen from that part of Mongolia. But they don't know 100% for sure. So they say, based on documents associated with the specimen, it is referred to the Juracta Formation, probably from the Uka-Tolgod locality. But they don't know for sure. So the sediment encasing the specimen is composed of friable reddish-orange sandstone, resembling facies S of the Uka-Tolgod locality. But they don't know absolutely for certain. Again, you can read about that in the paper if you would like to. But that's the thing, is when you're trying to figure out the ecology of this dinosaur, you're trying to figure out how it fits into the family tree, you're trying to figure out all of this stuff, the provenance is extremely important. You can't figure out the evolutionary relationships of a dinosaur like this until you know when it came from in time. And they're not 100% certain that they have the right age for this critter because they don't know exactly where it came from. So that'll always be a question mark unless and until they find more specimens of this same species, you know, in the ground. And then they can say for certain it comes from Uka-Tolgod in the Juracta Formation of Mongolia. Until that happens, it's still a big question mark. So yeah, as Golganek says, context, context, context. Yes, indeed. And Little Pink Pony says, couldn't this be a unique individual of a dinosaur we already have? I suppose it's possible. We have a sample size of 1 here, and incomplete data on it. There is a chance that there's another dromaeosaur that's already been named from Asia that's incomplete, and this critter is the same one. Same kind of animal. But the forelimbs certainly do look unique. But maybe there is another dromaeosaur that's known that doesn't have forelimbs yet. It's the same critter as this. I don't know. In a paper like this, you're supposed to do your very best to examine all the other fossils from close relatives to absolutely determine that this can't be from an existing species. It can't be from something we already know about. And they've got beautiful material here. So they were able to find a number of different, what we call autapomorphies, which are unique characteristics. Weird. I guess the word autapomorphy doesn't appear in the paper? Hang on. Yeah, autapomorphies. For whatever reason, the search in the PDF reader is working, but not Control F. Yeah, unambiguous autapomorphies. Let's see. And for pre-zygapophyseal and infra-diapophyseal fossa in the last cervical neural arch merged into a single large fusiform fossa. Epipophyses do not extend onto the dorsal vertebrae. What do we have from Sri Devi, actually? I do wonder... do we have forelimbs from Sri Devi? Apparently we do not. Huh. So we don't have hands from Sri Devi. And the hands are the most distinctive part of Sri Repax. Is Sri Devi also from the Juracta Formation? Yeah. I do wonder about that. So if most of the differences are in the vertebrae, which can be highly variable, it makes me wonder. Anywho, we'll get into that another time, maybe. I'd like to actually look at this paper in full, read it front to back. But yeah, it's tricky when you're trying to name a new kind of dinosaur based on an incomplete specimen. It's beautifully preserved, but parts of it are missing, probably in a private collection somewhere. You don't know exactly where or when it came from. It just gets tricky. And especially when it's so similar to Shri Devi. Shri Rapax is... They're just naming it as a new species in that same genus. I do wonder whether they actually are separate taxa. That's my bias, you know. I'm often much more appreciative of the similarities between different dinosaur specimens than the differences. You could call me more of a lumper than a splitter, I suppose. Not I suppose. You definitely could. I wouldn't be able to object. But yeah, I don't know. I do wonder. I do wonder. Yeah. And, but yeah, yeah. Oh, and Sleeping Karma here in the chat says, I'm the guy whose son is also called Jim. I told him what Jim Kirkland said about becoming a paleontologist, that he should watch pigeons, for example. And he was sketching one day and observes them now more. When I showed him the video on YouTube of this conversation, his eyes got so bright, he was so astonished. It's like he was talking to him. That's awesome, Sleeping Karma. That's very, very cool. Hey, if I can do anything to help inspire people to get into science, to observe the natural world around them, to be curious about nature, then that makes me really happy. You know, then I've done my job here, you know? So thanks for the little update there, Sleeping Karma. I appreciate it. That's great. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. So Shri Devi, Shri Rapax, these are interesting fodder for thought and discussion, you know? We've got some gorgeous fossils here. Unfortunately, the skull is still in private hands, it looks like. So that means that as long as that... I don't know, anytime we've got commercial specimens like this, illegally poached specimens, you're always losing scientific information there. There's something that you've lost and probably can't get back, and that's a real shame. I hope in the future, more specimens of this critter will be found. And we'll actually have provenance data for it. We'll actually know exactly where it came from. Because that context is everything. But anyway, that concludes our discussion of Shri Rapax. We've already got some lovely art of this animal. Look at those big robust hands. Nuts. Yeah. What a cool animal. Even if it turns out to be the same thing as Shri Devi, it's still very cool. Yeah. And clearly people are really excited about this critter because it just came out and there's already a bunch of what you might call fan art of it. Really neat. So anyway, 4 new dinosaurs published while I was out in the field in Utah. All 4 of them from Asia, 3 of them from China. Gives you some sense for all of the cool fossil science work that's being done in China right now. A a little jealous as an American, I gotta admit. But yeah, it's a lot of fun going over this with you, and I think with that, it's just about time to wrap things up here. Yeah. Get in the whispers I sent to... Oh, Alexander Morrison, I will have to go check that. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, I've got some other emails that I've got to send out. I've got some camera troubleshooting to do. I've got some Twitch chores to get accomplished while I've got time this evening. So with that, we're going to wrap up today's stream. Don't go away just yet. We'll see if we can raid into somebody else doing some science here on Twitch. And here is an Archaeopteryx specimen that we'll throw our credits over. There we go. Let's find somebody to raid here as the credits roll and as we express our gratitude to all the good folks being named there in those credits. It looks like... Well, holy cow, Nerdowino is on right now. Well, well, well. We will go raid into Nerdowino. Excellent. Thank you everybody for being here today. Thank you for your viewership, your attention, your curiosity. Thank you for spending time with me today. The internet is a great big place. You could be just about anywhere, and you've been learning about new dinosaurs with me and with the rest of this community. I'm grateful for your time today, and I hope to see you tomorrow. We'll be doing some more paleontologizing, same time, same place, and we'll be talking about not new species and genera of dinosaurs, but new discoveries in vertebrate paleontology. New finds about previously known critters and stuff like that. So tune in tomorrow for more fossil news as we catch up from all the things that we missed while we were out in the field. Again, huge thank you to everybody who contributed to this stream financially, from the cheerers and the gifters to the subscribers. Thank you to the moderators for keeping this a safe and welcoming community for everybody. Thank you for the raiders for helping new people find the channel. Thank you to the new followers and the lurkers and the chatters and everybody else. Let's go raid into Nerdowino. I'll see you there, everybody.